Chapter 1084. The 9 seals of the Gate of God appeared, emitting light and suppressing Shui Feng. Covered by the light of the Gate of Seal, Shui Feng was frozen in the air. He tried his best to release his true essence, trying to break the Gate of Seal. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit God realm, and the Gate of Seal was even more powerful. Shui Feng couldn't break it at all. No. He was extremely anxious and kept growling. Swoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and slashed down with his sword. With a bang, Shui Feng was cut in half. Shui Feng's original body appeared, vomiting blood with a deep wound on his chest. He wanted to retreat, but the Gate of Seal was still there. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. No, spare me. Shui Feng screamed in horror, but what greeted him was a sword light. Poochie! Shui Feng was cut in half. Even the spirit god in his body couldn't escape. It was smashed and turned into ashes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that many people couldn't react in time. The 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect wanted to save him, but it was too late. How could this be? The 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect were about to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ming when they saw this scene. Their pupils shrank sharply, and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Hiss, gasps could be heard coming from all around. Shui Feng was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. He couldn't resist at all. How could this be? Shui Feng had awakened a level 7 divine bloodline, and his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. This was unbelievable. Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the people of the Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were dumbfounded. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe what they had seen. Wuxia was even more tongue-tied. He was almost scared to death. It had only been a few days. A few days ago, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with Shui Feng. With the help of the Gate of Seal, he barely had the upper hand. But now he had completely crushed Shui Feng. In just a few days, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. This was too shocking. It's your turn now. Lu Ming looked at the 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword sect. His blood-red hair danced in the wind as his killing intent surged. The 2 experts from the Celestial Martial Sword sect were no longer as confident as before. Brother Lu, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding. One of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu Ming, who was surrounded by the 3 of them, was still able to kill Shui Feng with a thunderous strike. This really frightened them. Misunderstanding? No, there is no misunderstanding. Today, I will kill all of you. I don't need a reason, Lu Ming said indifferently. In the next moment, he took a step forward and rushed towards the 2 of them like a beam of bloody light. Damn it, let's attack together and kill him. The 2 of them roared and unleashed their bloodlines at the same time, turning into 2 gigantic swords. Without a doubt, both of them had divine grade bloodlines and had comprehended divine grade martial skills. Their battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Clang! Clang! Sword cries rang out as the other experts from the Celestial Martial Sword faction made their move. Unsheathing their swords, sword beams shot up into the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming. Seal! The bloody sword floated in the air as Lu Ming formed a seal with both of his hands. A sealing gate flew out and enveloped one of the gigantic swords. In an instant, the gigantic swords were immobilized. Kill! Lu Ming held the sword in his hand and struck one of the swords away. At the same time, he took several steps, and the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' sky stomping steps erupted. Boom! 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 After taking 7 consecutive steps, Lu Ming stepped on the sword that was sealed by the sealing gate. The sword immediately crumbled, and Lu Ming's body appeared. However, with a flash of sword light, his head fell to the ground. The spiritual deity of this person flew out from his body in panic and fear. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming's left hand executed the suppressing Hell Heaven art and slapped out continuously. His right hand held the bloody sword as he executed the 5 slaughter styles. Dang! The remaining 4th level spiritual deity's sword was sent flying as the sword body trembled continuously. The bloody sword slashed out millions of sword beams. The escaping spiritual deity let out a blood-curdling scream as he was turned into ashes by the sword beams. At the same time, a few sky martial sword sex experts were also killed by the sword beams. Lu Ming turned into a killing god as he charged towards the last fourth-level spiritual deity. Run, run, run. At this moment, that person had been scared out of his wits and was running for his life. Lu Ming was too strong. Not to mention other things, just in terms of strength, Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Coupled with the sealing gate, it was simply unstoppable. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming stared at him and rushed past. Wherever he passed, he killed a few more sky martial sword sex experts. In an instant, Lu Ming approached rapidly and formed a seal with both of his hands. Another sealing gate appeared. That sword was instantly immobilized as Lu Ming charged forward. No! Spare me! Save me! That person roared, but the outcome was already decided. Lu Ming caught up and killed him with lightning speed. From then on, the three experts who wanted to kill Lu Ming were all killed by Lu Ming. He also killed a few sky martial sword sex experts along the way. The other sky martial sword sect members were terrified. How would they dare to fight? They all fled. So strong. The others present looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking to kill three experts in a row. Yang Patian and Tuoba sure looked at Lu Ming in the sky with a serious expression. Previously, they didn't put anyone else in their eyes except for each other. But now, Lu Ming attracted their attention. Looks like we have another opponent. Tuoba sure licked his lips with battle intent in his eyes. Yang Potion's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, Lu Ming didn't stop. That was because there was still one person alive. Wu Qiankong. Wu Qiankong was running for his life in fear. Damn it! How can Lu Xiaoqing be so terrifying? His combat strength has increased too quickly. Once we get out, I must ask the experts in the sect to kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Wu Qiankong's mind was filled with venomous thoughts. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around in shock and saw that Lu Ming was already behind him. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He threw a punch, and Wu Qiankong was smashed into pieces. However, Wu Qiankong obviously had a life talisman. With a flash of white light, the life talisman wrapped around him, and he disappeared into the air. Lu Ming snorted and flew back to where he was. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ming with awe and respect in their eyes. Too strong. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above the average second-class Sky Prides. His combat strength was comparable to the 5 giants. It seemed that there was going to be another young giant in the world. Brother Lu, Sandalwood Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at Lu Ming and didn't know what to say. Oh, I happened to have a breakthrough in my cultivation when I left 2 days ago, Lu Ming explained. Chapter 1085. Outside the World Academy's Jade Wall. The space trembled, and Wu Qiankong appeared in a flash of white light. Ah, damn it! Wu Qiankong roared as soon as he appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Qiankong, what's going on? One of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect Supremes frowned and asked Wu Qiankong. Wu Qiankong had been killed. 2 of the top geniuses of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect had died in battle. Lu Xiaoqing, it's that bastard Lu Xiaoqing. Wu Qiankong roared like a mad beast. What? Lu Xiaoqing again? Lu Xiaoqing is a god of death. First, he killed Sanguinarum of Cold Blood Hall and many other experts. Then, he killed Wu Tsong. Now, even Wu Qiankong has been killed by him. 2 of the top geniuses of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect have died in the hands of the same person. How interesting. Cold Blood Hall's face darkened. Why did they have to mention Cold Blood Hall every time Lu Xiaoqing was mentioned? Lu Xiaoqing again. Why? You're not with Wu Long and the others? The Celestial Martial Sword Sect Supremes asked. Wu Long was the top genius of the previous generation of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Wu Long and the others have been killed too. They're dead. Wu Qiankong gritted his teeth. What? Wulong and the others are dead? Who did it? Did Yang Patian do it? The celestial martial sword sect supremes roared, believing that Yang Patian did it. No, it's Lu Shaoqing. He did it. Senior brother Wulong, senior brother Wu Kai, and Xue Feng joined forces to kill Lu Shaoqing. Who would have thought that they would be killed by Lu Shaoqing instead? Wu Qingkong's face was ferocious as he explained the situation. The scene quieted down. Everyone's face was filled with shock. All of this was actually done by Lu Shaoqing alone. Even with the cooperation of 3 great experts, he was still able to create such a battle record. This was too shocking. Another giant, an elder exclaimed. The people of Cold Blood Hall wanted to cry. They had sent such a god of death in with the people of Cold Blood Hall. How sad. St. Mansion, Secret Realm. Buzz. At that moment, the enormous mountain began to tremble. The radiance grew even more resplendent, bringing the crowd's gazes back to the enormous mountain. Lu Ming's gaze also landed on the huge mountain. He didn't devour the blood essence of Xue Feng and the rest because the monarch god was here. If he did that, the monarch god might notice something. Now is not the time to reveal his identity. The light from the mountain became more and more resplendent. Finally, 9 purple rays of light shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, amidst the purple light, a token flew out from each of them. It's the Sacred Mansion token. Snatch it. There are 9 pieces. This one is mine. Immediately, the scene became chaotic. All kinds of auras erupted and rushed toward the 9 command medallions. There was no doubt that the token that had rushed out of the giant mountain was the real token of the Saint Mansion. Scram! Yang Patian roared in anger. His aura was astonishing. The heavenly halberd in his hand swept out horizontally. Dozens of experts screamed miserably as they were cleaved in half, dying on the spot. Yang Patian made a grabbing motion, and a Saint Mansion token appeared in his hand. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to step forward. On the other side, Tuoba Shur waved his mace and smashed a group of people into meat paste. He then grabbed a Saint Mansion token. The other side, they knew that there was no point in thinking about these 2 tokens. This one is mine. Lu Ming stepped out and rushed toward the nearest Saint Mansion token. A terrifying murderous intent erupted. Many people were shrouded by his murderous intent, and their faces changed in horror. They quickly retreated, not daring to compete with Lu Ming. The power that Lu Ming had just created was too strong. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a Sacred Mansion token. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shur, and Lu Ming each had a token. The others did not dare to compete with the 3 of them, so they could only target the others. This was a bloody battle, and it was incomparably fierce. The experts of the major forces attacked with all their might to compete for the tokens. The palace left behind by an existence that surpassed the Emperor Realm was too tempting. Even an Emperor Realm expert would go crazy if they came, let alone them. People were constantly killed, and corpses fell like raindrops. In the end, the G family gathered and obtained a token under the leadership of an LV Force Spirit God expert. The World Academy and Medicine King Valley worked together and also obtained a token under the leadership of an LV Force Spirit God expert. The Demon Mountain obtained a token. The most surprising thing was that the Emperor God obtained a token with the Space Will. He was so fast that no one could stop him. There was also a monk whose sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a baby face and seemed harmless to humans and animals. He killed a group of experts with a single palm strike and seized a command medallion. Even Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur looked at the monk with a serious expression. The Western Desert Saint Monk. Yang Patian murmured to himself. It's that unscrupulous monk again. Lu Ming whispered. The last token fell into the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. As for the Cold Blood Hall, the Sky Eagle Castle, and the Sky Martial Sword sect, they were very unhappy because their leaders had died in battle. Those who obtained tokens were separated into several areas, far away from the others. The others were helpless. Although they were excited, those who obtained tokens were very powerful. Only the Emperor God looked the weakest, but he had the space will, so no one could catch him. This is the Holy Mansion token. With this token, you can enter the Holy Mansion. Lu Ming looked at the token in his hand and then injected his genuine qi into it. Buzz! The Sacred Mansion token suddenly trembled and emitted light. A halo enveloped Lu Ming. In addition, there were 3 more halos floating around him. Why are there 3 more halos? Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this time, the others also realized the problem. As long as they injected their genuine qi, 4 halos would appear on the token. One of them would envelop them, and the other 3 would appear. I know. These 3 halos mean that we can bring 3 more people in. That should be the case. I think there's a formation around the Sacred Mansion. We can only enter if we're enveloped by these halos. Some of them shouted, and their eyes lit up. In that case, wouldn't there be an extra 27 spots? Many people looked at those who had obtained tokens, especially Yang Patian. Since the Emperor God had obtained tokens alone, they had extra places. Brother D, I'm willing to pay a high price for 3 places. Can I? In Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle looked at the Emperor God and spoke first. In Bupo, you're too greedy. Can you afford to buy 3 places? Someone was unhappy and wanted to buy a place from the Emperor God. Brother Yang, someone looked at Yang Patian and wanted to buy a place from him. Get lost. Yang Patian spat out coldly. Those people could only retreat. Chapter 1086. As for the G family, Floating Mountain, Demon Mountain, and the World Academy, they didn't even have enough tokens, so they wouldn't sell them. For a time, only Lu Ming, Monk Wuliang, and the Arch were available. Brother Lu, Sandalwood Fairy, looked over. I'll give my slot to Medicine King Valley and the World Academy. Lu Ming smiled. The people from Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were overjoyed. They had 3 more slots now. In the end, Immortal Emperor sold the 3 spots. Unscrupulous Monk was all smiles. Finally, he made a huge profit and sold the 3 spots as well. In this way, excluding Yang Potion's 3 slots, there were a total of 33 people who could enter. Buzz! At this time, the light of the giant mountain was extremely bright, forming a huge beam of light that shot into the sky. The beam of light hit the palace in the sky, making a deafening roar. Rumble! The palace slowly appeared. At first, it seemed real and illusory, but slowly it became real. After a few minutes, the palace became completely real. It was filled with an ancient aura, floating in the air like a huge city. Whoosh! Yang Patian was the first to move. As if he was traveling through space, his body moved and appeared in front of the palace. He then stepped out and rushed in. Let's go! We can't let Yang Patian beat us to it. The others who had a slot shouted and rushed forward, afraid that Yang Patian would beat them to it. If there were treasures in the sacred residence, the first to enter would naturally be able to obtain the benefits. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of figures were shrouded in a circle of light as they rushed toward the palace. Lu Ming and the others were also among them. In front of the palace, there was a half-open door. Yang Patian was about to rush in. Go! The others also rushed in quickly. Nothing happened. Dozens of people rushed through the door. The others who didn't have a slot looked at each other. I don't think there's anything wrong at all. We don't necessarily need a token to enter. The news about the token is spread by the World Academy. It might not be true. Someone said with a fiery gaze. That's right. I don't think anyone from the World Academy has entered before. It's probably not true. There were others who agreed. Charge! I don't believe it. Some people couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed into the palace. However, as he flew, he suddenly let out a miserable shriek, and his entire body exploded, turning into ashes. The others were dumbfounded. Gulp! Those who said they didn't believe the World Academy just now all gasped and swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. If they had rushed forward, they would have been the ones to die. Lu Ming and the others rushed in and found a huge corridor. It was very long and extended all the way to the front. What a strong pressure. As soon as they entered this place, everyone landed on the ground. This was because there was a powerful pressure here, and it was a restricted area. Moreover, not only could they not fly, but the pressure on their bodies was also extremely great, causing their speed to decrease by more than 100 times. This is gravity. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and found that this was gravity. It was 100 times stronger than the gravity outside. Everyone circulated their true essence and stepped forward. However, the gravity was too strong. Their speed was about the same as an ordinary person running. Compared to their original speed, it was a far cry, and this corridor seemed to be no less than 100 miles long. However, since they had entered this place, they could only move forward bravely. Gradually, the distance between them slowly increased. Bam! Bam! Yang Patian walked in front. His body glowed as he strode forward. Then, Tuoba Ashur's muscles bulged. Like a wild beast, he also strode forward at an extremely fast speed. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was also extremely fast, second only to Tuoba Ashur. As for the unscrupulous monk, his body was covered in golden light as he walked beside Lu Ming. The two of them came in slightly later, so they were slightly behind Yang Patian and the unscrupulous monk. Behind them were a few burly men. They were the strongest prodigies of the previous generation of their respective forces. Their cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spirit god realm. What was surprising was that the arch-god was also walking beside these people. He had the space concept, so the pressure he faced was much less. As for the second-grade prodigies like Lady Sandalwood and Kong Xian, they were further behind. Everyone strode forward. Slowly, they became more and more accustomed to the gravity here, and their speed became faster and faster. This trip lasted for 2 days. Yang Patian was the first to walk out of the corridor and rushed out. "Stop right there!" Tuoba Ashur shouted and followed closely behind Yang Patian. Then Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk also stepped out and walked out of the corridor. Boom! Boom! When they walked out of the corridor, they heard a violent roar. In front of the corridor was a large hall. Tuoba Ashur and Yang Patian were fighting fiercely. The halberd and mace kept colliding, and the roar was deafening. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of shelves. On the shelves were some jade bottles, jade boxes, and chests. Obviously, the two were fighting for these things. This was the legendary sacred abode of an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. How precious would the things inside be? Without hesitation, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk's eyes lit up as they rushed toward the shelves on both sides. "Get lost! You're courting death!" Yang Patian and Tuoba Ashur roared and charged toward the two. Tuoba Ashur attacked the unscrupulous monk. He waved his mace and crushed the void. It was like a mountain range smashing toward the unscrupulous monk. "My hair, my Buddha, is merciful." The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body emitted a golden light, and he looked solemn as if he was the reincarnation of Buddha. He slapped out a golden palm print and collided with the mace. With a boom, he blocked Tuoba Ashur's attack, and the two began to fight. On the other side, Yang Patian charged toward Lu Ming. The halberd slashed down, and the space directly cracked. It even turned into the power of space and wrapped around the halberd, making it more destructive. Lu Ming's 5-color conception surrounded him, and the 7 dragon powers were added to his body. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. The battle sword formed by the 3rd bloodline in his hand changed, and turned into a blood-red halberd. The 3rd bloodline was a drop of blood. It could be transformed into a sword, a spear, a saber, or a halberd at will. It could be transformed into anything. Clang! Lu Ming held the blood-red halberd in his hand and slashed down, colliding with Yang Patian's halberd. Clang! A terrifying vibration was heard. The two figures swayed slightly and then fought again. Boom! 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 In the main hall, the 4 of them fought against each other. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Peak 2nd level spirit god. Lu Ming realized that Yang Patian's cultivation was at the peak 2nd level spirit god, which was not much higher than his. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest young expert that Lu Ming had ever met. The four of them fought in the main hall. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Chapter 1087. The eyes of the four of them flashed. Almost at the same time, they gave up on their opponents and rushed toward the shelves on both sides. They understood that they could not do anything to their opponents for the time being. If they continued to fight, the situation would become even more chaotic when there were more people. Therefore, the four of them began to plunder the treasures on the shelves at the same time. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a white light spread out, enveloping the jade bottles, jade boxes, metal boxes, and so on the shelves. They were all put into the mountain river diagram. There was no time to see what they were now. They would put them away first. The four of them searched frantically. In just a few breaths, the items on the shelves had been swept clean. In particular, the unscrupulous monk actually put a shelf into his storage ring, which made people speechless. But then, Lu Ming and the others followed suit and put away the shelves. At this time, a few more figures rushed out of the corridor. They looked at the empty hall on both sides and were stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a door there. Charge! The experts behind them, including the Emperor God, rushed forward at the same time, following closely behind Lu Ming and the others. After rushing through the door, they arrived at another hall. However, this one was bigger and empty. On the opposite side of the hall, there was still a door, and a faint light spread out. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed in at top speed. It was still a hall, but it was exceptionally spacious. In the air of the hall, there were 4 balls of light shining dazzlingly. They were 4 weapons floating in the air. They were of different colors, but they emitted terrifying pressure. These are ruler's spiritual weapons. Yang Patian growled and immediately rushed toward one of them. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. The so-called ruler spiritual weapons were the emperors of spiritual weapons. Just like the martial emperors of martial artists, they stood at the peak of many spiritual weapons. Ruler spiritual weapons were top grade level, 9 spiritual weapons. Even some rulers might not have them. This was because ruler spiritual weapons had domains that could assist rulers in battle. Even if a ruler came here, he would be envious, let alone them. They immediately rushed towards an emperor's spirit weapon. Lu Ming rushed towards a small fiery red pagoda. The small pagoda looked like it was made of fire jade, and it emitted an astonishing amount of heat. Sovereign's spirit weapon. Behind him, the other experts also arrived. When they saw the emperor's spirit weapons, their eyes immediately turned red and were filled with greed as they pounced towards the 4 weapons. One of them pounced on Lu Ming. One of them was a robust man that was over 40 years old and possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. The other was an imperial god. However, Lu Ming was 1 step faster. His body was like a stream of light as he appeared in front of the small pagoda and reached out to grab it. However, just as Lu Ming was about to grab it, the small pagoda emitted a halo of light. Lu Ming's grab was actually unable to grab it. Inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This small pagoda was protected by an inscription array. However, Lu Ming felt that as long as he spent some time, he would be able to break it. Bang! Lu Ming turned his claw into a palm and slashed at the halo. Bang! The halo trembled, but it was still blocked. At this moment, the imperial god and the robust man also rushed over. The emperor's spirit weapon is mine. The robust man's eyes turned red as he attacked the small pagoda. The imperial god slashed out with his sword and slashed at the halo. After 2 bangs, the halo was still intact. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly as the blood halberd swept out and attacked the robust man and the imperial god at the same time. The 2 of them were shocked and tried to block it at the same time. The blood halberd carried a terrifying, murderous aura as it surged like a tide and suppressed everything. With a bang, the 2 of them were swept away by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stared at the imperial god and charged towards him. He planned to kill the imperial god here. The imperial god was the most outstanding descendant of DE. As long as he killed the imperial god, DE would probably be heartbroken. Whoosh! The blood halberd pressed down and slashed at the Imperial God's head. The Imperial God's face was extremely solemn. The space around his body began to tremble like water waves. Great space slash, the Imperial God said solemnly. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. The space tumbled, and a terrifying crack slashed towards Lu Ming. This crack had the power to cut through space and could cut through everything. Of course, this was relative. The blood halberd in Lu Ming's hand changed and turned back into the blood sword. With a flash of sword radiance, the space was cut open, including the great space slash. This was the terrifying part of the 5 slaughter styles. No matter what weapon was used, it could unleash its power. This was because the 5 slaughter styles was not mainly about the moves, but about the intent. Once the intent was reached, any weapon would be able to unleash its power. The Imperial God's face changed, and he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered as his murderous aura surged. He stepped forward and charged towards the Imperial God. Clang! The Imperial God tried his best to block, but he was no match. He spat out blood and retreated with a pale face. It had to be said that the Imperial God was strong. He had merged the Space Will, Sword Will, and Golden Flames Will. Especially after his Space Will reached the 4th level, it was even more mysterious and terrifying. His combat strength was even stronger than Wu Qingkong's. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a distance away. He was no match for him. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he closed in on the Imperial God. The Imperial God had no choice but to use the transient step. His body kept flickering. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands, and a seal gate was formed. The Imperial God's face changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming use the seal gate to seal Xue Feng and the others and then kill them. Space escape. Dishan roared and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his body became illusory. Finally, with a bang, his body dissipated and turned into an illusory shadow. His real body had already disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it had escaped to. Lu Ming looked at the defense line outside the main hall. Just a moment ago, the Emperor God had actually traveled through space and appeared in the main hall outside. What a mysterious space will. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He did not continue to pursue. There were many opportunities to kill the Imperial God. Get lost. He turned around and rushed toward the brawny man. The brawny man was trying his best to break the small pagoda's array. Lu Ming rushed back and struck out with his palm. The brawny man was sent flying while vomiting blood. The brawny man looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. On the other side, an expert from each side rushed toward Yang Patian, Unscrupulous Monk, and Tuoba Shur. The experts who rushed toward Unscrupulous Monk and Tuoba Shur vomited blood and retreated. As for the experts who rushed toward Yang Patian, they were trapped by Yang Potion Space Will and killed in one blow. Yang Patian was not in a good mood today. Originally, he was high and mighty in the central continent. Other than the other 4 of the 5 young giants, no one was his match. However, in this trip to the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Tuoba Shur appeared first. His combat strength was not weaker than Yang Potion's, and he fought with him several times. Later, Lu Ming and Unscrupulous Monk appeared one after another. They displayed astonishing combat strength that was not weaker than Yang Patian. Moreover, Yang Patian had never seen them before. This made him extremely unhappy and angry. Chapter 1088. The other experts' expressions were ugly, but they did not dare to continue snatching. The combat power of Lu Ming and the other 3 was too strong. Obviously, they were much stronger than them. If they went crazy and went all out to kill them, they would be in danger. For a moment, no one dared to fight with Lu Ming and the others. However, after a flash of light in their eyes, they bypassed Lu Ming and the others and rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a door there that led inside. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming kept attacking. His 3rd bloodline turned into a sword and slashed at the light shield protecting the small pagoda. After dozens of attacks, the light shield was finally broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed and grabbed the small pagoda. It's so hot. Lu Ming felt that his palm was almost burned, and there was a meaty smell. Lu Ming quickly put the small pagoda into the mountain and river diagram. Almost at the same time, Yang Patian and the others also broke the formation and put away the treasures. At the same time, the four of them rushed inside. There was another hall inside. Rumble. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw that the masters were fighting fiercely. There was only one thing floating in the air of the main hall. It was a jade plate that was sparkling and translucent, emitting a vast and boundless pressure. This pressure was too shocking, surpassing everything. It was as if it was the embodiment of the entire world. It was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing the sovereign spiritual weapon from before. What kind of treasure is this? It's amazing. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Yang Patian and the others were also a little dazed. Then, their eyes lit up with a blazing fire. Judging by its aura, it had surpassed the Emperor's spiritual weapon. It must be a peerless divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm. It seemed that the World Academy was right. This was indeed the residence of someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm. How terrifying would a divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm be? Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the four of them rushed toward the jade plate. Get lost! Kill! Their attacks were aimed at the masters. The masters' faces changed drastically. They quickly blocked the attacks and retreated with injuries. Damn it! Those people were furious and sullen, but there was nothing they could do. They were truly helpless. They were all geniuses of the previous generation. In their era, they were all powerful figures. They were high and mighty, looking down on geniuses of the same generation. But after 10 or 20 years, the current generation had reached the golden age. Each and every one of the geniuses was countless times more brilliant than them. And now, the geniuses of the younger generation had to berate them and suppress them. This made them feel a sense of sorrow. This treasure is mine. Yang Potion's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. What a joke! Who do you think you are? Tuoba shouted coldly, not giving Yang Patian any face. And me, F.A., I think this treasure is fated to be with this poor monk. Everyone, please don't fight with this little monk over it. Unscrupulous monk still had a smile on his face, but his fiery eyes betrayed him. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and rushed towards the jade plate. Boom! A golden palm print covered Lu Ming. It was that heartless monk. Benefactor, this treasure is really fated to be with this little monk. Why do you have to fight with this little monk over it? Unscrupulous monk said. Fate of my ass. Stupid monk, get lost. Lu Ming slashed at unscrupulous monk with his sword, colliding with the golden palm print. Benefactor, don't be angry. Unscrupulous monk shouted. His body glowed like a golden Buddha as he threw out a few palm strikes with terrifying power. Stupid monk, stop pretending in front of me. You were the one who used a fake Sacred Mansion token to cause a huge battle. Don't think that others don't know. I saw by chance. Lu Ming shouted. Unscrupulous monk's face stiffened. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi, who were fighting, stopped and looked at unscrupulous monk coldly. So you're the one who stirred up trouble. Stupid monk, die. Yang Patian roared and charged towards unscrupulous monk. Tuoba Shi also held his mace and charged towards unscrupulous monk. The two of them were filled with killing intent towards unscrupulous monk. How could they be fooled by unscrupulous monk? They had been trying to find out who the mastermind was. My hair. Benefactors, it's a misunderstanding. Unscrupulous monk shouted and jumped up and down, trying his best to defend himself. Lu Ming moved and pounced towards the jade plate. Buzz! Suddenly, the jade plate vibrated and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming felt like he was going against heaven and earth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Buzz! Buzz! The jade plate vibrated slightly and emitted a supreme light. Countless inscriptions appeared in the hall and formed terrifying chain-like objects that danced in the hall. Unscrupulous monk Yang Patian, and Tuobashir could not help but stop what they were doing and look around in shock. They were also greatly shocked by the sudden change in events. What's going on? At this moment, a group of people rushed in. It was Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the Emperor God. At this moment, the people behind had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they were inexplicably shocked. Whoosh! A vortex suddenly appeared on the ground. The vortex was black, and it emitted a terrifying suction and devouring force. Oh no! Save me! A few of the weaker cultivators screamed as they were devoured by the vortex and disappeared without a trace. Oh no! Lu Ming and the rest rushed up to the sky, but it was extremely difficult for them. The devouring force was too strong, and it was pulling them down. Save me! A sharp cry was heard as Een Bupo transformed into his true form, a giant eagle. He flapped his wings with all his might in an attempt to defend himself. However, he could not do so and was being pulled down. With a loud roar, his figure disappeared. At the same time, Kong Xian was also being devoured. Sandalwood Fairy's glabella emitted a silver light. Elixir pills flew out and formed a pair of wings to support her. However, she was still sinking rapidly. Get out of here! Lu Ming roared and flew towards Sandalwood Fairy. He grabbed her slender waist and tried to bring her out of the hall. However, it was impossible. The devouring force was too strong, and he could not move her at all. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Sandalwood Fairy pushed Lu Ming and fell into the vortex. At this moment, Yang Patian and the rest tried their best to get out of the hall. However, it was useless. The devouring force was too strong, and they could not get out. Lu Ming was in the same situation. His body was sinking too. No, Lu Ming saw a few level 4 spirit gods and the Emperor God being devoured. In the end, only Lu Ming, Yang Patian, and Scrupulous Monk and Tuobashir were left. Buzz! Suddenly, the devouring force surged and multiplied several times. Lu Ming and the other 3 were swallowed and dashed into the vortex. Chapter 1089. Lu Ming felt like he was drifting in the eternal darkness, not knowing where he was drifting to. Slowly, his mind became more and more confused, as if his memories were fading. Everything that happened in the past seemed to become blurry and slowly dissipated. Slowly, Lu Ming became oblivious to everything. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly sat up. With a creak, he found himself sitting on a bed. Where is this? What happened to me? I seem to have had a very long dream just now. Lu Ming looked around in confusion. At this moment, the door opened and a beautiful girl walked in. The girl was 14 or 15 years old and was very beautiful. When she saw Lu Ming wake up, she immediately revealed a happy smile and cheered. Brother Ming, you're finally awake. You really scared me to death. Yaoer. Looking at Lu Yao's worried expression, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He then asked, Yaoer, what happened to me? I remember that I went to awaken my bloodline 3 days ago. What happened after that? Brother Ming, you went to awaken your bloodline 3 days ago. During the process, you suddenly fainted. You've been unconscious for 3 days. During these 3 days, you've been having nightmares. You kept calling out strange names like D.E. Brother Ming, are you all right? Lu Yao said worriedly. I'm fine. It's just a nightmare. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He really had a dream. It was a very long dream. But for some reason, that dream was becoming more and more blurry in his mind. He almost couldn't remember it. He only vaguely felt that in that dream, Lu Yao left him. Later on, he obtained a treasure, cultivated to become an expert, and went on an adventure on the continent. He only had a vague impression of it. But the more he thought about it, the more blurry and ethereal the dream became. What a strange dream. Lu Ming smiled. He, Lu Ming, was just a useless young master in fiery Wind City who couldn't cultivate. How could he have such a strange dream? Yaoer, did my bloodline awakening fail? Lu Ming asked. Brother Ming, Lu Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Say it. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Ming, it's a failure, but it's fine. Even if Brother Ming can't cultivate, your place in Yao Er's heart won't change. My father has already discussed it with your mother. In half a month, we will hold our wedding. Lu Yao blinked her eyes and said. After she finished speaking, she was a little shy and her face was a little red. The wedding will be held in half a month? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. At this moment, he didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind. This figure was very blurry, and he couldn't see the face clearly. It was a person that Lu Ming had met in his dream. A woman. A feeling of reluctance rippled in Lu Ming's heart. This figure seemed to be very important to him. Who is she? Why do I feel heartache? Was it really a dream? Lu Ming muttered to himself in a daze. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Don't scare Yao. Lu Yao called out softly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He reacted and smiled. Nothing, I just thought of that dream again. Brother Ming, after all, it's just a dream. Don't think too much. Drink the medicine. Lu Yao picked up the medicine and fed it to Lu Ming. At this moment, two people walked in from outside the door. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was a beautiful teenage girl. Mother, mid-autumn moon, Lu Ming called out. Ming-er, have a good rest. In half a month, you will be the groom. Li Ping smiled slightly, revealing a doting expression. Yes, young master. Mid-autumn moon, congratulations to you. The girl by the side said softly. Mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming looked at mid-autumn moon. In that dream, mid-autumn moon seemed to have become a martial arts genius. However, it was just a feeling. Lu Ming felt that the dream was a little blurrier. As time passed, it slowly faded away. Ming-er, you just woke up. Have a good rest. Don't think too much, Li Ping said. Then, she left the room with mid-autumn moon and Lu Yao. That dream is so strange. Who was that figure? In the room, Lu Ming was lying on the bed in a daze. Time passed quickly. Day by day, Lu Ming's body recovered quickly. The dream in his mind became more and more blurred. As time passed, it became more and more blurred. He believed that he would soon forget it completely, but he didn't know why. Every time he thought of that dream, a figure would appear, causing Lu Ming to feel a piercing pain in his heart. Who is that figure? Why does it feel so real? Lu Ming whispered. That was the figure of a woman. In Lu Ming's mind, it was hard to erase. In the backyard of the Lu family, a small stream flowed. Beside the stream, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, a young man and a young woman were cuddling together. Brother Ming, Yao, I will marry you tomorrow. We will never be separated from each other again, Lu Yao said softly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and shyness. Lu Ming hugged Lu Yao. His mood was extremely relaxed. The gentle breeze emitted a faint fragrance of flowers. This is really good. Lu Ming looked at the sky and thought. If he couldn't cultivate, then so be it. Wouldn't it be good if he could live an ordinary life? Lu Ming enjoyed such a life. That dream was ultimately a dream. Just let it drift away with the wind. Only that figure couldn't be erased. Occasionally, it would appear in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, wake up. Suddenly, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned his head and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Lu Yao was still in his arms, as if she didn't hear anything. What are you looking at? I'm here in the stream. That voice sounded again. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly looked toward the stream. He saw a little tortoise floating in the stream, staring at him with its eyes wide open. Are you talking to me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. What are you looking at? Who else could it be if not me? The little turtle berated. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. He said, Nothing, you heard wrong. Yao, you can go back first. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and trotted away. Then Lu Ming looked at the little turtle again and said in surprise, A tortoise? No, a turtle can actually talk. Could it be a legendary king-level turtle? No, Senior, it's Senior. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the little turtle. As far as he knew, only the legendary demonic beast that had reached the king level could speak. He was shocked that there was a king-level monster in the backyard of the Liu family. There might not even be a king-level monster in the entire Burning Sun Empire. King-level my ass. I'm the world turtle, the head of the top 10 battle beasts. What king-level? It's not even worthy to carry my shoes. Boy, Lu Ming, you're in an illusion. Wake up quickly. Are you going to stay in it for the rest of your life? Chapter 1090. Illusion? Dreamland? That's impossible. I'm me. I remember everything that happened to me. How could I be in a dreamland? Senior, you must be joking. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What are you joking about? You're Lu Ming. In the real world, you were deprived of your bloodline by Liu Yao. Thanks to the help of the 9 Yang Remnant Spirit, you merged with the 9 Dragons' blood essence and awakened your bloodline. Have you forgotten? Little Tortoise shouted. What? Yao, deprive me of my bloodline? Impossible? How is that possible? Nonsense. Lu Ming was in disbelief. However, after hearing Little Tortoise's words, the dream he had back then, which was getting fainter and fainter, it seemed to have become clearer. Nonsense. Also, you rose in the end, participated in the Battle of Luck, won first place, and became the first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, you're the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Now, the Talisman Puppet Sect is besieged by Martial Emperor D.E. and is in danger. Don't you care? Little Tortoise scolded loudly. With every word, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Talisman Puppet Sect, list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He felt that the dream was getting clearer and clearer, as if it was about to appear. What's your name? I seem to have had a dream before. There was also a little tortoise. Lu Ming's eyes looked even more perplexed. His dream world was slowly emerging. He was in the midst of the intersection between dream world and reality. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. Perhaps everything was just a dream? Little Tortoise held back for a long time. His eyes widened and finally he shouted, My name is Dandan. You gave it to me, you bastard. It's so fucking unpleasant. Dandan, Lu Ming muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something. Also, your little lover, your little wife, Xianxia, don't you care about her? She was caught by her father, and her life is uncertain. Are you going to give up just like that? Dandan shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The name Xianxia exploded in Lu Ming's mind like a thunderbolt. That figure that could not be erased, that figure that made his heart ache at the thought of, suddenly became clear and vivid in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming. Nianxing, this is an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes lit up all of a sudden, emitting endless brilliance. Everything the surrounding scenery seemed to have been shattered by Lu Ming's punch. It began to peel off and eventually disappeared completely. Lu Ming discovered that he was standing in a long corridor. Dandan was lying on his shoulder. Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was extremely shocked. That illusion was too powerful. It erased his real memory and made him fall into an illusion forever. He couldn't extricate himself. This time, it was really dangerous. If it weren't for Dandan, he might really be trapped in the illusion forever. That would be equivalent to dying. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little scared. His back was wet with cold sweat. Kid, this place is no small matter. Emperors can't do it. Be careful. I'm going to hide. After Dandan finished speaking, it automatically went into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming looked around. He remembered that they were swallowed by a vortex, but he was the only one around. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shur, Sandalwood Ferry, and the others were nowhere to be seen. This was a passage that led straight ahead. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked forward. After walking through the passage, he arrived at a secret room. The secret room was very large. Above the secret room, Lu Ming saw a Longan-sized bead floating in the air. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the secret room, the bead suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Amidst the light, a figure appeared. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, and the bead happened to be between the figure's eyebrows. The figure was not very burly, but the aura it emitted was earth-shattering. It gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was facing the heavenly path. A vast heavenly might filled the air. It was irresistible and unstoppable. This was Lu Ming's intuition because facing this figure was like facing the entire world. It was not that Lu Ming had never felt the majesty and pressure of a ruler, but compared to this figure, it was simply child's play. It was as if a ruler was an ant in front of this figure. Gulp! Lu Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva and raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure. Fortunately, the supreme aura was restrained after a slight release. The figure opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had been completely seen through. You actually managed to break through the illusion I set up. Not bad, the figure said. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming bowed. He knew that the existence above the ruler in the World Academy was most likely the figure in front of him. He was secretly shocked. It was said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that the person in front of him had lived for hundreds of thousands of years? This was really unimaginable. As if seeing through Lu Ming's thoughts, the figure said, "Little guy, don't think too much. I can't have lived for so many years. What you see is just the sacred heart I left behind and a trace of my origin imprint. The real me has already fallen many years ago." Sacred heart? Lu Ming was puzzled. He didn't understand what a sacred heart was at all. Well, it's normal that you don't understand. You're in a remote and barren island, so it's normal that you don't know. Above the ruler is the Saint Realm, also known as the Saint Realm. You've condensed a sacred heart, the figure explained casually. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He finally knew what the realm above the ruler realm was. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. The figure in front of him must be a Saint Realm expert. Well, little guy, you have great luck. Unfortunately, you're not an inscriber. When I was alive, I became a saint through the path of inscription. Otherwise, I could pass on my mantle to you. The figure suddenly let out a long sigh. Inscriber inheritance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't an inscriber, his second body was. This time, he focused on the path of inscription and had progressed to an extremely profound realm. It would be great if his second body was here. Senior, did the others not pass the illusion? Lu Ming asked. No, they all failed. However, I won't really make things difficult for them. They've all woken up. Look, the saint waved his hand, and a series of images suddenly appeared in the air. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, Monk Wuliang, Kong Xian, and the others were in a secret room, looking around. Sandalwood Fairy. Chapter 1091. This little girl is very talented in the path of inscription, but unfortunately, she's still a little lacking. I'll give her some benefits and hope that she can benefit from it. The saint said. Lu Ming was happy for Sandalwood Fairy. Although the saint had already fallen, he was still a saint when he was alive, an existence that surpassed the emperor's. If he said that he would give some benefits, it would definitely be no small matter. Even the emperors would be jealous. All right, little guy, since you were able to come here and pass my test, I won't let you go back empty-handed. I'll give you some benefits and then send you out. With that, the saint waved his hand and the images disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a minute. I might be able to inherit your mantle. Lu Ming hurriedly said. You? Haha, little guy, don't talk nonsense. I see that you don't have any spirit fire at all. How can you inherit my mantle? The saint smiled faintly, looking very calm. Senior, have you heard of the twin life restriction? Lu Ming asked. Twin life restriction? The saint frowned slightly and looked puzzled. Obviously, he had never heard of it. Senior, the twin life restriction can allow one to cultivate a second body. Lu Ming immediately told him about the twin life restriction and what he had obtained. When the saint first heard that the twin life restriction could actually allow one to cultivate a second body that was the same as the original body and could be cultivated wholeheartedly, he was extremely shocked. Even with his knowledge, he had never heard of such a strange technique in the world. Later on, when he heard that Lu Ming had obtained it in the Battle of Providence, he felt relieved. It was not strange to obtain any kind of fortuitous encounter in the Battle of Providence. This was because the saint had also participated in the Battle of Providence when he was young. There's actually such a secret technique in the world. According to what you said, not only did your second body inherit your talent, but it also has no distracting thoughts. In that case, it's really suitable for my mantle. The saint sighed and his eyes lit up. Back then, due to an accident, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He fled to the divine wilderness continent and found this mystic realm in order to avoid his enemies. But in the end, he still died there, leaving behind his saint heart and a wisp of imprint. The imprint was attached to the saint heart, which was why it could be preserved for so many years, but it would dissipate sooner or later. However, when an expert was about to fall, they would not wish for their life's cultivation and achievements to go up in smoke. They would want to find a suitable successor to pass on their legacy. Lu Ming was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. But Senior, my second body, is currently trapped in a place by an enemy. I'm afraid it won't be able to come for the time being. Lu Ming sighed. Oh, how about this? You take this disc array. As long as you give this disc array to your second body and let him activate the inscriptions on it, you could be directly transmitted here. A disc array appeared in the saint's hand and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took it and thanked the saint again. Well, my name is Xianxia. You can call me Xianxia Saint. That's it. I'll send you out now. There's no need to open this secret realm anymore. I'll seal this secret realm forever. No one can enter. After the heavenly profound saint finished speaking, he was about to send Lu Ming and the others out. Senior, please wait. Lu Ming blurted out. The heavenly profound saint was startled. Allow me to disguise myself. I still have enemies outside. Lu Ming chuckled as his figure changed once again. A moment later, his figure became thinner and turned into a pale-faced young man. Even his aura changed tremendously. Now no one could recognize him. Done, Lu Ming said. The heavenly profound saint waved his hand, causing the space to twist. Lu Ming felt a force pulling him away, causing his figure to disappear instantly. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy, Yang Patian, and the others outside the Saint Mansion were all enveloped by a power and disappeared. World Academy, outside the all-knowing Jade Disc, the 9 light pillars suddenly disappeared, allowing the all-knowing Jade Disc to return to its calm state. What just happened? The place was immersed in an uproar. Even the 9 Heaven Supremes were astounded. What just happened? Why did the 9 light pillars suddenly disappear? Those who went in haven't come out yet. A supremacy from a major faction said with a grim expression. Many people looked at a supremacy from the World Academy. I don't know either. This has never happened before. The supremacy from the World Academy said solemnly. Can you open it again? A supremacy asked. The supremacy from the World Academy shook his head, causing an uproar among the crowd. There were many people from the various major powers within. In fact, the strongest successors of the Floating Mountain and Devil Mountain were all within as well. If they were to be trapped within, it would be an incomparably huge loss for them. However, the people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect and the Cold Blood Hall were gloating. This was because their successors had been killed by Lu Ming and they had come out long ago. The most outstanding prodigies of the previous generation had also been killed. Even if the rest of them did not come out, they would not have suffered as great a loss as the other forces. At this moment, the space above the all-knowing Jade Disc twisted as figures emerged one by one. They're out. They're out. Many people were overjoyed. More than 10,000 people appeared in the sky. The crowd saw Yang Patian, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and other geniuses among them. What's going on? How's the sacred mansion? One by one, the supremacies asked with excitement in their eyes. Previously, when Wu Chengkong was killed, they learned about the sacred mansion from Wu Chengkong. They were all shocked but also looked forward to it. They couldn't wait to rush in themselves. An existence surpassing the Emperor realm was too tempting, especially for many supremacies. They were stuck at the supremacy level and couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. If they could obtain the inheritance or enlightenment of an existence surpassing the Emperor realm, they might be able to break through. In a flash, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Exin, Junyu, and the others flew to their respective supremacies and told them about the situation in the Sacred Mansion. What? You all failed. When they heard that Kong Exin and the other geniuses didn't pass the test, they sighed with regret. But then they looked at Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, and Monk Wuliang. These people had surpassed the second-tier geniuses. They were the top geniuses. Perhaps they had succeeded? My hair, Buddha, is merciful. I'm ashamed. My mind is not strong enough. I still need to train myself. Monk Wuliang had a solemn expression as he chanted the name of Buddha. His face was filled with compassion. Looming among the crowd looked at him with disdain. If he hadn't seen the monk's true appearance, he would have mistaken him for an eminent monk. Monk Wuliang's words implied that he had failed too. Damn it, that illusion is too powerful. I didn't pass it either. Tuoba Shi grinned. Tuoba Shi will fight another day, Yang Patian said coldly. Then he stepped out and headed out of the World Academy, disappearing in an instant. No one tried to stop him. Not only was Yang Patian a peerless talent, he was also from the heaven-suppressing godly troop. Chapter 1092. It was obvious that he had failed as well. It seemed that no one had succeeded this time. No, there was one more person. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Where was Liu Shaoqing, the young genius who had killed Shueluozi and the experts of Cold Blood Hall, Wu Tsang, Xue Feng, and the other LV4 spirit gods, and Wu Chenkong? Why was he nowhere to be seen? Where's Liu Shaoqing? The Supremes of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect scanned the area with their sharp eyes. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming. Supremes, Liu Shaoqing is good at disguising himself. He can even change his aura. He must be in the crowd. Sanguinarum shouted. He had fought with Liu Shaoqing in Pill City, so he knew Liu Shaoqing's appearance and aura very well. However, Liu Shaoqing's appearance and aura were completely different when they were in the Saint Mansion secret realm. If he had not recognized Lu Ming's devouring power, he would not have recognized Lu Ming's identity. Therefore, he knew that Lu Ming must be proficient in the art of disguise. Humph. Do you think I wouldn't be able to find you if you disguised yourself in the crowd? I'll check you one by one. A terrifying aura rose from the Sky Martial Sword Sect Supremes. His spiritual senses shrouded Lu Ming and the others who had entered the Saint Mansion's secret realm like a storm. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming's expression also changed slightly before returning to normal. Check them one by one? How are you going to do that? Some Supremes from other forces said unhappily. Just soul search them one by one. The Sanguinarum Supreme sneered. Haha, soul search, who do you think you are? How can I let you soul search the disciples of Floating Mountain Sect? The Supremes from Floating Mountain Sect laughed coldly. That's right, who do you think you are? How can I let you soul search the disciples of Sky Eagle Castle? If you want to capture Liu Shaoqing, think of a way yourself. The Supremes from Sky Eagle Castle sneered. Some of the Supremes from the Overlord forces looked coldly at the Supremes from Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect. They were all Overlord forces, so they were not afraid of them. The Celestial Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses because of Liu Shaoqing. Wasn't it ridiculous that he wanted to search their disciples' souls? The faces of the Supremes from Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect turned ugly. The disciples of the Overlord factions may leave, but the other factions and rogue cultivators must stay behind. We will search their souls. The Supreme Being of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect pondered for a moment before speaking up. What? You want to search our souls? No, don't be so overbearing. I will never agree. This is the World Academy, not the Sky Martial Sword Sect or Cold Blood Hall. Immediately, the people from the smaller factions started shouting. Everyone had their own secrets, so how could he allow others to search his soul? Shut up. The Supreme Being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect bellowed as a boundless sword might burst forth, causing many people to gasp for breath. Overlord forces were tyrannical and tyrannical. Other than forces of the same level, other forces were just ants in their eyes. That was the truth. Once the Emperor appeared, no one dared to challenge him. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the wind and clouds gathered high in the sky. Endless clouds gathered to form a huge face, and boundless Emperor's aura emanated from it. The Emperor has appeared, someone shouted. Many people's faces changed drastically. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone in the World Academy, be it the ordinary disciples or the supreme beings, bowed respectfully. Because this was the Emperor of the World Academy. The people from the other factions also hurriedly bowed. This was their respect for the Emperor. Let them go. Since we are in the World Academy must ensure everyone's safety. The Emperor said indifferently, but his voice was firm. But the supreme being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect wanted to say something. Say no more. Go. The Emperor interrupted him. The Supremes of the Sky Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall nodded. They had no choice but to obey the Emperor's words. Let's go. The Supreme Being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect glanced at the people from the smaller factions and the rogue cultivators, and then left with the people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. The Supreme Being of Cold Blood Hall also left with the people from Cold Blood Hall. After that, the people from the other overlords also left. With a whoosh, the huge face in the sky disappeared without a trace. The Emperor's aura also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, the people from the smaller factions did not leave. They planned to leave through the teleportation formation of the World Academy. This was because the Sky Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall might intercept them outside the World Academy. It was too dangerous to go out like this. The teleportation formation was the safest way. The World Academy had no reason to refuse. This was because they had to pay a large sum of spiritual crystals and primordial stones to use the teleportation formation. Lu Ming was also among the crowd. He also planned to use the teleportation formation to leave the World Academy. In the sky, Kong, Xian, and Sandalwood Fairy were looking around. They were probably looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not plan to show himself. He found a random mountain and sat down cross-legged to cultivate quietly. There were too many people now. There would definitely be a queue for the teleportation formation. It would be better to leave in a few days. After the three of them left, Lu Ming set off. After paying a sum of primordial stones, Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation formation. Saint City, I'm here. Xiaoqing, how are you now? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His destination was the Saint City of the Central Continent. It was the imperial capital of the Central Continent ancient Saint Dynasty, the largest city in the world. The teleportation formation flashed, and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The Saint City of the Central Continent was the largest city in the Divine region. It was the imperial capital of the ancient Saint Dynasty. There were 8 citadels surrounding the Saint City. These 8 citadels all had teleportation formations. If an outsider wanted to enter the Saint City, they had to first teleport to the citadel and then fly to the Saint City. On this day, the teleportation formation of one of the citadels in the east flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming did not stop at the citadel. He left the citadel and soared into the sky, flying towards the Saint City. The citadel was 10 million miles away from the Saint City. However, Lu Ming's current speed was terrifying. Soon, he crossed the 10 million miles, and a huge city appeared in front of him. Ancient vicissitudes of life, filled with the traces of time. This was Lu Ming's first impression of the Saint City. The huge city walls were filled with the marks of swords and sabers. It seemed to be describing the ancient history of the Saint City. The Central Continent's holy city was very large and majestic. However, it was definitely not the largest city in the Divine Wilderness continent, nor was it the top. At the very least, the 9-dragon city of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was much larger than the holy city. However, the Saint City was still the largest city in the world. The holy city had existed for far too long. It had left behind countless legends, and it also contained countless secrets. Moreover, There were many entrances to secret realms in the Saint City. In fact, those secret realms could be considered as a part of the Saint City. Together with those secret realms, the Saint City was terrifyingly huge. Chapter 1093. Lu Ming flew towards the holy city and landed on a pipe. He followed the crowd and walked through the city gate. There were soldiers guarding the city gate. Lu Ming looked around and realized that these soldiers were all experts in the spirit embryo realm. After a casual check, Lu Ming entered the holy city. Instantly, an ancient aura rushed towards him. In the holy city, every street, palace, and house was filled with the aura of time. It was as though they had traveled through time and space from millions of years ago. What rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth! It even contains origin chi. Also, the concept of heaven and earth is very clear. The entire holy city is like a huge array that continuously gathers the spiritual energy and origin chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sighed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. The holy city was divided into the outer city, inner city, and the most important palace. Ordinary martial artists, small forces, and rogue cultivators all lived in the outer city. As for the inner city, it was the residences of the powerful forces in the holy city. For example, the residences of the ancient Saint Dynasty's princes, dukes, and ministers. Of course, the other overlords of the central continent had branches in the holy city that were guarded all year round. As for the palace, it was where the core members of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie family lived. Lu Ming strolled around casually. He was now in the outer city. He was thinking about how to sneak into the palace and find out about Xianxia. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming walked towards a restaurant. Restaurants were the best places to gather information. After ordering a few dishes, Lu Ming sat down at a table. In another 2 months, the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year state sacrifice will be here. The holy city will be bustling again. That's for sure. It's a million-year state sacrifice. How important is it? Not only will the overlords of the central continent gather in the holy city, but other forces will also send people over. Even the forces of the western desert, northern plains, southern underworld, and eastern wilderness will send people over. That's going to be bustling. It's a rare sight. When the time comes, all the geniuses will gather. It's a rare event. That's most likely the case. There are many experts in this generation. When the geniuses gather, there will be competition. Not long after Lu Ming sat down, he heard some important news. 1,000,000 years of national sacrifice? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie family had been established for 1,000,000 years. It was truly astonishing. In the entire divine wilderness continent, which force could have such a long history? It was too shocking. Although the ancient Saint Dynasty had declined and the emperors had divided their territories, they still had to respect the ancient Saint Dynasty in name. They still had to listen to the ancient Saint Dynasty's orders. Of course, this was only in name. Therefore, the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national ceremony was something all the major powers had to attend, even if it was just for show. At that time, the emperors of some overlord forces might come. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, at that time, there will definitely be many experts. I heard that the Imperial Palace has already issued an order to recruit more Imperial Dragon Guards to maintain order in the Holy City and protect the Imperial Palace. There's such a thing? When will the recruitment begin? I want to give it a try, too. It has already started today and has been recruiting for the past half a month. You can go and give it a try. However, the recruitment requirements of the Emperor Dragon Guards are very high. Without the cultivation of Spirit Embryo Realm, it's impossible to enter. Lu Ming continued to listen. True enough, he heard a lot of news. Emperor Dragon Guards? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Emperor Dragon Guards were the Imperial Guards of the ancient Saint Dynasty. They were in charge of guarding the Imperial Palace and protecting the Emperor's relatives. Wasn't he trying to sneak into the Imperial Palace? Wouldn't it be fine if he joined the Emperor Dragon Guards? However, the Emperor Dragon Guards were in charge of guarding the Imperial Palace and protecting the Emperor's relatives. Therefore, He had to investigate his identity thoroughly before he could join. Otherwise, if anyone could join, wouldn't the safety of the emperor's relatives be in danger? Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He picked up his wine cup and walked toward the table at the side. "Hello, brothers. I heard you say that you want to join the Emperor Dragon Guards, right?" Lu Ming raised his cup and smiled. There were two burly men sitting at the table. One of them looked like he was in his 40s, while the other looked like he was in his 30s with a full beard. "That's right. What can I do for you, little brother?" The burly man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. "Little brother comes from a small power and has just entered the sacred city. I want to find a job and join the Emperor Dragon Guards. I heard the two of you talking about this and thought that we might be able to work together in the future. Therefore, I want to make friends with you." Lu Ming smiled. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the two of them relaxed and revealed a smile. "He wants to join, so I won't go. However, little brother, the requirement to join the Emperor Dragon Guards isn't low. You need to have the cultivation of Spirit Embryo Realm." The burly man in his 40s laughed. "That's great. Little brother has just broken through to Spirit Embryo Realm, so I can give it a try." As he said that, Lu Ming's body gave off a faint aura. It was the aura of the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Not only could illusory breath change one's aura, it could also hide one's cultivation. Now, Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation to the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. When they found out that Lu Ming was only at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm, the two of them were even more relieved. The burly man with a full beard said, "Little brother is so young, and to be able to reach the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm, you could be considered a prodigy. Respect. Big brothers are flattering me. Come, this meal is on me. Let's drink to our heart's content." Lu Ming said straightforwardly. "Haha, how can we accept this?" The burly man in his 40s laughed. This was the sacred city. Any random restaurant's food wasn't cheap. Since Lu Ming was treating, the two of them had a good impression of Lu Ming. The three of them chatted and drank. As Lu Ming had just arrived, there were many things he didn't know about the sacred city. He consulted the two of them, and the two of them told him everything they knew. Lu Ming understood that the two of them came from a small power outside the sacred city called Blackspear Sect. They weren't far from the sacred city and often came to the sacred city to purchase items. The burly man in his 40s was called Ma Wu, and the burly man in his 30s was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu, what a coincidence. If you read my name backwards, isn't that Ming Lu? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The three of them chatted and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ma Wu and Ming Lu were drinking to their heart's content. "Junior brother Ming Lu, since you want to join the Imperial Dragon Guards, you can stay here and register with little brother Lu. I'll return to the sect first and tell them about you. If you work in the Imperial Dragon Guards, it will be much more convenient for our Blackspear sect to do things." Ma Wu said, "All right, senior brother Ma, you can return first. I'll go register tomorrow." Ming Lu nodded. Immediately after, Ma Wu bade farewell and left. Lu Ming and Ming Lu found an inn nearby to stay, planning to register tomorrow. Soon night fell. Lu Ming restrained his presence and entered Ming Lu's room silently. "Who?" As soon as Ming Lu opened his mouth, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and knocked Ming Lu unconscious. He then put Ming Lu into the mountain river diagram and asked Dandan to engrave a formation, trapping him on the ground. "I'm sorry, I'm borrowing your identity. There will be compensation in the future." Lu Ming mumbled. His muscles and bones began to squirm and transform into Ming Lu's appearance. Then, his presence changed and became extremely similar to Ming Lu's. "I'm still missing a beard." Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the inn. He bought a fake beard and stuck it on his face. Instantly, he looked exactly like Ming Lu. Now, even if Ma Wu was beside him, he wouldn't be able to recognize that Lu Ming was an imposter. Lu Ming borrowed Ming Lu's identity to sneak into the Imperial Dragon Guards and wait for an opportunity to inquire about Xianxia's whereabouts. Chapter 1094. The next morning, Lu Ming went to the registration area of the Emperor Dragon Guards. When he arrived, he got a shock. There was already a long queue at the registration area. To some people from small factions, the Emperor Dragon Guards was a good job. Joining the Emperor Dragon Guards was equivalent to joining the ancient Saint Dynasty, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Those below Spirit Embryo Realm, leave quickly. We don't need anyone below Spirit Embryo Realm. At the registration area, there were a few burly men wearing purple long robes embroidered with a picture of a flood dragon. They were the Emperor Dragon Guards. Their auras were very strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that they were all at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and above. There was also an elder sitting at the side with his eyes closed. He was also wearing the uniform of the Emperor Dragon Guards, but his aura was unfathomable. However, it couldn't hide from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming realized that this person was at the 1st level of Spirit God Realm. Only those above Spirit Embryo Realm can join. The requirement is too high. Let's go. Some people sighed and walked away while shaking their heads. Take out your identification card and report your information. We will verify it. After that, there will be a test. Because there is a limit to the number of Imperial Dragon Guards this time, there are too many people who have signed up. We can't recruit all of them. Only the strong can stay. Okay, the registration starts now. A burly man said. Then, they started to register one by one. Lu Ming waited patiently for 2 hours before it was his turn. Lu Ming moved his hand, and an identity token appeared. He passed it to an Emperor Dragon Guard. This identity token was taken from Ming Lu. It was the identity token of a disciple of Black Spear Sect. Black Spear Sect Ming Lu. Lu Ming said. The burly man checked the identity token and registered it. We will send people to verify your identity. If there is any falsehood, we will kill you on the spot. Do you understand? The burly man said with a cold gaze. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming nodded his head repeatedly. And wait over there. There will be a test later. The burly man said. Lu Ming walked to the side and waited patiently. After another 2 hours, the registration ended. There were more than 2,000 people who had registered. All right, come with me. At this moment, the old man at the domain, enlightened spirit god realm, stood up and spoke indifferently before he walked in with large strides. Lu Ming and the others followed behind him. Soon, they arrived at a military camp. In the middle of the military camp, there was a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet can test your cultivation base. All you need to do is infuse your true qi into the stone tablet, and we will know your cultivation base. There are 2,000 people who signed up this time, but we only need 200 people. Therefore, we will only accept those whose cultivation base is in the top 200. Now, the test begins, the old man announced. After that, the applicants went up to take the test one by one. As long as he poured his true qi into the stone steel would light up, and through the light, he would be able to tell his cultivation. Starting the test one by one, Lu Ming discovered that most of them were at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Those at the 2nd level of Spirit Embryo Realm were much lesser, and those at the 3rd level of Spirit Embryo Realm were even lesser. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Just in case, I'd better input a bit more Jinyuan. Lu Ming thought to himself. Only 200 people were accepted. To guarantee that nothing would go wrong, Lu Ming planned to input a bit more true qi. Walking to the stone tablet, Lu Ming pressed his hand on the stone tablet and poured his true qi into it. Wong! The stone tablet shook, and 7 silver lights flashed out. Enough! Lu Ming withdrew his true qi. 7 silver lights represented the cultivation of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This way, there should be nothing wrong, and he would definitely be accepted. 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. The eyes of the old man at the Spirit God Realm lit up. Those who came to sign up were usually people from small forces, and their cultivation base wasn't too high. Those whose cultivation base was too high normally wouldn't join the Imperial Dragon Guards, so there weren't many who could reach the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Yes, not bad. The old man at the Spirit God Realm nodded. The test continued. Not long after, all the tests were completed. Lu Ming noticed that there were a total of 3 people who had reached the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and only one person had reached the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This made Lu Ming rub his nose. Was his performance too outstanding? All right, the test is over. Those who are ranked in the top 200 can stay in the barracks for now. Wait for our news in a few days. The old man at the Spirit God Realm instructed. Those who weren't ranked in the top 200 could only sigh and leave. As for Lu Ming and the others, they were led to their rooms. For the next few days, Lu Ming stayed in the barracks and cultivated while waiting for news. 3 days later, the news came that Lu Ming had been accepted and officially became a member of the Imperial Dragon Guards. The 4 of you are very good. I've temporarily arranged the position of Deputy Flag Bearer for you. If you perform well in the future, it won't be a problem for you to be promoted. Also, the positions that you need to guard have been arranged. Someone will inform you in a while. After the old man at the Spirit God Realm finished his announcement, he gave each of them a token that represented a deputy flag bearer. The flag in the Imperial Dragon Guards had the meaning of an official position. A flag had 500 people. The main flag could command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards, and the deputy flag bearers weren't small either. This was because their cultivations were profound. No matter where they were, strength represented everything. Not long after, someone delivered the robes that represented the Imperial Dragon Guards to Lu Ming and also delivered the news of the positions that they needed to guard. Naturally, the 4 deputy flags were separated from each other. The guards of the 8th Prince. Lu Ming's gaze moved. His temporary duty was to be the 8th Prince's guard. This made Lu Ming's eyes slightly strange. Because according to what he knew, wasn't the 8th Prince Xianxia? Wasn't it Xianxia who had gone to Nine Dragon City and taken away Xianxia? What a coincidence. I can inquire about Xiao Qing from Xianxia. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth rose into a smile. Of the 200 people that had joined together, there were still 30 people that were with Lu Ming. They were all the 8th Prince's guards. Not long after, a skinny man in his 40s came and stood in front of Lu Ming and the others. I'm your general. My name is Shi Fang. In the future, you'll follow me. Now, follow me to the 8th Prince's mansion. The skinny man's gaze swept over them, especially stopping on Lu Ming's body. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This Shi Fang seems to be hostile to me, but this is the first time I've seen him. Strange. Lu Ming slightly frowned as he thought to himself. The 8th Prince's mansion was very spacious in the inner city. It was like a villa with a radius of 100 miles. The Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't directly enter the 8th Prince's mansion. They had to live in a military camp outside the mansion. In the military camp outside the 8th Prince's mansion, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Shi Fang stood on a high platform, looking down at them with a cold expression. I'll tell you some things now. The first thing to do in the Imperial Dragon Guards is to obey orders and protect the safety of the Imperial family with your life. Also, I'll tell you that there are many experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Some of you shouldn't be complacent just because you have some strength. There are many experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards who are stronger than you. Any one of them can suppress you. Do you understand? Chapter 1095. Lu Ming frowned. He always felt that Shi Fang's words were targeted at him. However, he had never seen Shi Fang before, so why was Shi Fang always targeting him? Could it be that this Ming Lu had offended Shi Fang in the past? Lu Ming thought to himself. After Shi Fang finished speaking, he turned around and left. After that, someone arranged a place for them to stay. Lu Ming was the vice banner and had a small courtyard. There was also another person who stayed in Lu Ming's courtyard to help Lu Ming out. This person was also a newly joined Imperial Dragon Guard and looked to be around 50 years old. He looked rather shrewd and was called Sun Lin. Lord Vice Banner, you have to be careful. Arriving at the courtyard, Sun Lin reminded him. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Lord Vice Banner should be able to feel that when Commander Shi spoke, a lot of his words were actually for you. Sun Lin said. Oh, could it be that you know why? Lu Ming asked. He was also very curious. Lord Vice Banner has just arrived, so you probably don't know the rules of the Imperial Dragon Guard. In the Imperial Dragon Guard, everything is based on strength. Those who are strong can continue to rise as long as they make contributions. Lord Vice Banner, your cultivation is at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, while Commander Shi Fang's cultivation is only at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. Hearing until here, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. What you mean is that Shi Fang is worried that I will threaten his position. Lord Vice Banner is wise. The reason why Shi Fang can have the position of commander is because he has an elder brother who is the personal guard of His Highness the 8th Prince. That's why he can become the position of commander, commanding 500 Imperial Dragon Guards. Furthermore, the highest level of people in this banner was only at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Therefore, Shi Fang has a very stable position as the commander. However, Lord Vice Banner's cultivation is higher than his, so as long as Lord Vice Banner makes some contributions, surpassing Shi Fang or even replacing him would be very normal. Therefore, Shi Fang naturally wouldn't be nice to Lord Vice Banner and might even do something secretly. Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming smiled. So that's how it was. However, he didn't take it to heart. He could suppress a mere Shi Fang with a single finger, so there was no need to take it to heart. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming walked into the room and sat down cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Previously, in the Saint Mansion Secret Realm, Lu Ming had devoured many intent realm runes. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his intent of heaven and earth had also improved. His thunder concept and wind concept had both broken through to the lower level of the 4th level. Including his fire concept, he now had 3 other concepts that had reached the lower level of the 4th level. Now, he was fully focused on comprehending the earth concept and water concept. Nothing much happened in the first 2 days. The Imperial Dragon Guards were usually very idle when they had nothing to do. After all, they were all warriors. They didn't need to patrol like ordinary people. When they had nothing to do, they just needed to cultivate in peace. They would only be mobilized when something happened. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Ming heard some movement outside. He ended his cultivation, opened the door, and walked out. There were 2 people in the courtyard. One was Sun Lin, and the other was a middle-aged man who looked like a skinny monkey. At this moment, Sun Lin took out a storage ring with an ugly expression and handed it to the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man took the storage ring. When he saw Lu Ming, he chuckled and walked over. "You're Ming Lu." "That's right," Lu Ming said. "I was just about to look for you. Since you've joined the Imperial Dragon Guards, Commander Shi Fang will take care of you in the future and let you maximize your benefits and live a good life. However, Commander Shi Fang can't do it for free. You have to show some appreciation. Do you understand?" The skinny middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. Lu Ming's lips curled up. He understood that the skinny middle-aged man was sent by Shi Fang to collect benefits. Needless to say, every new person who joined would be patronized. How greedy. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Lu Ming said. "You're the deputy commander. The higher your position, the more you have to pay. For the others, 50,000 origin stones. You can give me 200,000 origin stones." The skinny middle-aged man chuckled. 50,000? 200,000? The smile on the corner of Lu Ming's lips became even wider. How ruthless. For a normal person, 50,000 origin stones was definitely a huge burden for a normal Spirit Embryo Realm martial arts practitioner. Yet for him, the skinny middle-aged man wanted 200,000. This was 200,000 origin stones, and it wasn't a small sum. Even a normal Spirit Embryo Realm martial artist would find it hard to take it out. It was completely an exorbitant demand. "It's a pity that I don't have so many origin stones. Please return," Lu Ming said indifferently. "You don't have it? Don't try to trick me. You're a martial arts practitioner at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. How can you not have 200,000 origin stones with all your assets?" The skinny middle-aged man sneered. "Oh, even if I have 200,000 origin stones with all my assets, what will I use to cultivate if I give it all to you?" Lu Ming said. "I don't care about this. This is your problem. If you can't take it out, it's best you get out of the Imperial Dragon Guards. Otherwise, without the protection of Commander You won't even know how you died." The skinny middle-aged man's face darkened as he threatened. "Huh." Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. "If I need Shi Fang's protection, how could a martial artist at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm protect me? What a joke. All right, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I'll throw you out." Audacious. How dare you mock Commander? You're simply audacious. You're courting death. The skinny middle-aged man shouted. Scram! Lu Ming suddenly shouted angrily and took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst forth and pressed down on the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He retreated a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You with the surname Ming, just you wait. You're dead meat." The skinny middle-aged man staggered out with a face full of resentment. In a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. "Commander, if you offend him like this, I'm afraid Shi Fang will be here soon." Sigh. Sun Lin sighed and was slightly worried. "He's just a clown. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. "Shi Fang is nothing. But his older brother is the personal guard of the 8th Prince, an expert at the 1st level of the Spirit God realm." Sun Lin spoke while a trace of terror appeared in his eyes. If a Spirit God realm expert wanted to slap them to death, then it would be no different than slapping an ant to death. "Oh." Lu Ming spoke indifferently with a calm expression, and then he casually sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard, as if nothing had happened. Sun Lin was filled with worry at the sight. After a short while, bang! The door to the courtyard was blasted open, and then Shi Fang walked in with a few of his trusted aides with a gloomy expression. "Ming Lu, you injured another Imperial Dragon Guard for no reason or rhyme. I suspect that you have ulterior motives. Kneel down obediently and receive your punishment." Shi Fang shouted loudly and directly pushed the crime onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced indifferently at Shi Fang and said, "What an idiot. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to fuck off right now." How audacious. You dare to go against your superior. Your crime is even worse. Your cultivation should be crippled and you're expelled from the Imperial Dragon Guard. Shi Fang shouted loudly. Haha, Shi Fang, feel free to give it a try. Chapter 1096. You still dare to resist? Shi Fang said solemnly. He didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to resist. He, Shi Fang's elder brother, was a strong practitioner at the 1st level of Spirit God and the personal bodyguard of the 8th Prince. If Lu Ming dared to make a move on him, he would be courting death. Furthermore, he had learned a rather powerful martial technique from his elder brother, and his innate talent was not bad. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, he wouldn't be afraid if they really fought. Lu Ming didn't answer Shi Fang, and instead stood up and walked toward Shi Fang. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like I can only personally throw you out. Audacious, you really dare to make a move on me. Everyone, let's attack together and suppress this person. Shi Fang shouted angrily, and the aura on his body burst forth as he charged towards Lu Ming. Besides Shi Fang, the other 3 people also made their move. Their aura burst forth, and they were actually all at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. These people were the strongest in this banner. Usually, they would follow Shi Fang's lead. The 4 of them working together wasn't weak, but in Lu Ming's eyes, it was no different from children playing house. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming kicked out. The instant this kick was kicked out, it turned into 4 shadows of legs. Bang! 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 All the attacks of Shi Fang and the other 3 turned into bubbles and shadows under Lu Ming's legs. The soles of Lu Ming's feet directly imprinted on their faces. For miserable shrieks rang out as Shi Fang and the other 3 flew out of the courtyard like 4 cannonballs. Their miserable shrieks rang out in the night sky and became further and further away. No one knew how far they had flown. On the field, there was still that skinny monkey-like middle-aged man who hadn't left. At this moment, his eyeballs were almost popping out and his body was trembling nonstop. His face was pale from fright. He didn't think that Lu Ming would be so daring to even hit Shi Fang. Most importantly, He did not expect that not only did Lu Ming dare to fight, but his combat strength was also so strong that he sent Shi Fang and the others flying with a single kick. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation was one level higher than Shi Fang and the other three, Shi Fang had 4 people, and yet they didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. It could be seen that Lu Ming's battle power was much stronger than normal 7th level Spirit Embryo Rel practitioners. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ming in horror. Scram! Lu Ming berated. Yes, I'll leave right now. The middle-aged man turned around and was about to leave. I told you to scram, not leave, Lu Ming said coldly. The skinny middle-aged man's face was pale. Looks like I have to do it myself. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. No, the skinny middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roll out of the courtyard. Then he got up and ran away. Deputy Flag Lord, I'm afraid that Shi Fang will not let this matter rest after offending him like this. Sun Lin was full of worry. He wasn't worried for Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? Lu Ming said casually and returned to his room to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, numerous bottles, jars, jade boxes, and metal chests appeared in the room. There were over 100 of them, and they were all obtained from the Sacred Manor in the Sacred Manor's secret realm. Lu Ming didn't check them previously, and now was the perfect time to check them out. These are spirit refinement pills. Lu Ming looked at those jade bottles and was elated. Those jade bottles were actually spirit refinement pills. Spirit refinement pills were refined using the spirit refinement fruit as the main ingredient. If one spirit embryo was perfected and consumed it frequently, it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to Spirit God. If Spirit God strong practitioners consumed it, they could condense their Spirit God and strengthen their spiritual consciousness. There were over a dozen jade bottles here, and they were all filled with spirit refinement pills. Every jade bottle had 9 pills. There were at least a few hundred spirit refinement pills here. He had struck it rich. Following that, Lu Ming looked at other things. Many of the other things were pills, and they were all very precious pills. Most of them weren't inferior to spirit refinement pills. There were also all kinds of materials that were very precious. Lu Ming couldn't name many of them. Lu Ming kept them one by one. Finally, with a thought, a small fiery red pagoda appeared. Emperor-level spirit weapon. Once the small fiery red pagoda appeared, it trembled slightly as though it was about to leave. However, Lu Ming's vital essence spread out and enveloped the small pagoda. Emperor-level spirit weapon. If I refine it, it will definitely increase my strength. However, it won't be that easy to refine it. Furthermore, with my current cultivation, even if I refine it, I won't be able to unleash much of its power. It's better to refine it properly another day when I'm free. Thinking until here, Lu Ming put away the small pagoda again. He then took out spirit refinement pills and refined them to condense his spirit god. Time slowly passed. Tonight, there was no movement. On the second day, there was also no movement. On the second night, Lu Ming made his move. He asked Dandan to inscribe a formation to restrain his aura. His body was like a ghost as he tore through the void and headed towards the 8th Prince Xianxia's mansion. Lu Ming planned to enter Xianxia's mansion to see if he could find out some information about Xianxia. Of course, the 8th Prince's mansion was guarded by the Imperial Dragon Guards. However, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level and the array formation that Dandan had set up to conceal his aura, the Imperial Dragon Guards could not discover him at all. The 8th Prince's mansion was very big. There were many palaces and pavilions. The area was very wide. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and looked around. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure moved and appeared above a palace. As his spiritual sense swept out, the situation below the palace was directly imprinted in his mind. It was clearer than seeing with his eyes. This was the wonder of spiritual sense. In a room below the palace, 2 figures were discussing something. One of them was Shi Fang, and the other person was over 50 years old. He had a robust figure and a rather dignified appearance. "Big brother, you must take revenge for me. That new Vice Flag Master was actually so arrogant and even dared to hit me. He clearly didn't give Big Brother any face." Shifeng complained tearfully. This robust man, over 50 years old, was the 8th Prince's personal guard, an expert at the first level of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had attained the 2nd level of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. How formidable was the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm that he cultivated? His spiritual sense was formidable, so how could it be noticed by his opponent? All right, I understand. This Ming Lu is truly audacious. However, I'm at the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm and the 8th Prince's personal guard. If I were to make a move against him directly, then I would probably be criticized by others. How about this? I have a method to eliminate him. When he spoke up to hear, Shifeng's older brother started to send a voice transmission, and Lu Ming was unable to hear the rest of it. Let me see how all of you eliminate me." Lu Ming sneered, and then his figure flashed and left this place to look for the 8th Prince's residence. It wasn't long before Lu Ming finally found the 8th Prince in the depths of the estate. The 8th Prince really is Xianxia. After not seeing him for a few years, Xianxia has matured slightly, and his cultivation has become much stronger as well. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting high up in a great hall. Below him, a few people were kneeling there, reporting to him about some matters. Bang! Xianxia suddenly slapped the table heavily and shouted coldly. "What? They failed again? What a bunch of trash." 8th Prince, even though 16th Princess is in the 9th hell, her natural talent is truly too formidable, and the advancement of her cultivation is too terrifying. All the people we sent were killed by her. Chapter 1097. 16th Princess? Is it Xiaoqing? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were suddenly filled with cold, killing intent. Listening to the conversation just now, Xianxia was in the 9 Nether Devil domain, and Xianxia had sent people to kill him. Damn it! At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. But in his heart, he felt relieved. At least, Xianxia was fine and alive. I really don't know what Father is thinking. She's a different species, a bitch born from a lowly servant. Father actually didn't kill her directly or suppress her in the 9 Underworld Demon domain, but only imprison her in the 9 Underworld Demon domain and let her fight with the demons. She's really let off easy. Xianxia's face was gloomy, and his voice was cold. 8th Prince, what should we do next? One of them asked. That bitch hates me to the bone. If I let her live, I will never be able to rest easy. Xianxia said coldly. 8th Prince, in my opinion, you don't have to worry too much. His Majesty didn't kill her most likely because of their father-daughter relationship. But 16th Princess is a different species, and she is a taboo of our Saint Emperor clan. Even if His Majesty doesn't kill her, he won't let her out of the 9 Underworld Demon domain. She will most likely spend her life in the 9 Underworld Demon domain. Someone below said, even so, that bitch's talent is too high. As long as she's alive, I won't be able to rest easy. Xianxia said with a gloomy face. 8th Prince, should we continue to send people? Let's talk about it later. In less than 2 months, it will be the 1,000,000-year National Sacrificial Ceremony. During this period, Father will not continue to cultivate in seclusion. He is very concerned about the big and small matters. It's not a good time to take action. After the ceremony, we will send experts into the 9 Underworld Demon domain and kill her in one fell swoop. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. Creak! Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and he almost lost control of his killing intent. Who is it? But only a little bit was leaked, and it was sensed by an expert. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he left the place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 miles away and returned to the dormitory. He really wanted to slap Xianxia to death, but he knew that now was not the right time. He still had to find a way to find the entrance to the 9 underworlds and save Xianxia. If he killed Xianxia now, he would definitely alert the enemy. Right now, He could only let Xianxia live for a while longer. However, Lu Ming swore that he would kill Xianxia sooner or later. In the following days, Lu Ming would take some time to wander around the 9 underworlds, trying his best to gather information about the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, he got nothing. It seemed that very few people knew about the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming speculated that the demon realm of the 9 serenities was probably a realm, and the entrance to it was probably somewhere in the imperial palace. As for Lu Ming, other than going out to inquire about things, he would refine the spirit refining pills and comprehend concepts. The soul refining pill couldn't directly improve Lu Ming's cultivation, but it could make his spiritual spirit more and more condensed and his spiritual sense more and more powerful. The more powerful his spiritual spirit was, the more helpful it would be for his future cultivation. 3 days later, while Lu Ming was cultivating, Shi Fang came again. Lu Ming walked out of his room, looked at Shi Fang indifferently, and said, "What's wrong? You want to get beaten again?" "Humph." Shi Fang's face turned ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "I'm here to inform you that there's a mission. The 8th prince wants to go hunting in the Bestial Mountain. We need to go together. Let's go." "Okay." Lu Ming smiled and walked out in big strides. Shi Fang looked at Lu Ming's back, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The Imperial Dragon Guards gathered and followed Xianxia to the Bestial Mountain. The Bestial Mountain was a boundless mountain range where countless fierce beasts lived. It was a hunting ground for the Xie family's disciples to train their cultivation. The Xie family's disciples would often come to the Bestial Mountain to hunt. In fact, they would enter the Bestial Mountain and fight with fierce beasts. Outside the Bestial Mountain, there was a huge military camp with living quarters and guards. "Shi Fang, you will lead the Imperial Dragon Guards and follow me into the mountain, but you don't need to protect me. You guys will hunt separately and see who can kill more fierce beasts. What do you think?" Looking at the Bestial Mountain, Xianxia was in high spirits. "8th Prince, how can we be compared to you?" Shi Fang revealed a flattering smile. "Don't worry, they're also experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Try your best to compete with the half-prince. Those who perform well will be rewarded." Xianxia smiled. "Okay, I'll bring them along." Shi Fang bowed again and again. "Then let's go." Xianxia waved his hand and flew towards the Bestial Mountain. Shi Fang and the others also flew towards the Bestial Mountain. Could it be that they want to kill me in the Bestial Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. He guessed that Shi Fang's elder brother might attack him in the Bestial Mountain. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a cold smile. If the other party wanted to die, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After flying into the Bestial Mountain, the group dispersed. Lu Ming was bored as he flew towards the depths of the Bestial Mountain. The level of the beasts in the periphery of Beast Cry Mountain was very low. There were some king-level and spirit sea-level beasts. As long as Lu Ming glared at them, these beasts would disappear without a trace. After flying for half an hour, no one made a move. Still not making a move? Lu Ming muttered. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock and waited. Even after 2 hours, no one made a move against him. Seems like I guessed wrong. They won't make a move here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. Forget it. I guess Xianxia's hunt is about to end. I'll just kill a few beasts to deal with it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and soared into the sky. Caw! Caw! After a while, cries could be heard as a flock of silver eagles flew past. The moment they saw Lu Ming, over 10 of them charged towards Lu Ming. "It's you guys!" Lu Ming flicked his finger and long spears condensed out, shooting towards the silver eagles. Puff, puff! 5 of the silver eagles were pierced by the spear light. The remaining eagles were frightened as they cried out and fled. Lu Ming didn't give chase. He swept the 5 eagles up with his true essence and flew back to the army camp. These 5 eagles were equivalent to the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, which was more or less enough. In the army camp, Xianxia and the rest had already returned. On the ground of the army camp, there were beasts of all shapes and sizes. 8th Prince is truly powerful. To actually be able to hunt down 3 fierce beasts at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and 3 fierce beasts at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in just a few hours. 8th Prince is indeed a genius. This little one is impressed. Fang stood in front of Xianxia and started to flatter him. This is nothing. As long as you guys cultivate properly, you could do it too, Xianxia said modestly. However, the complacency on his face couldn't be concealed. His cultivation was at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. To be able to hunt down 3 fierce beasts at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and 3 at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in less than 3 hours in the vast Beast Cry Mountain was already considered a pretty good achievement. N. Chapter 1098. With a casual throw, he threw the 5 huge eagles onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. These are silver eagles. All 5 of them are silver eagles, so powerful. Furthermore, all 5 of them are silver eagles at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Deputy Flag Ming's abilities are actually so strong. To be able to hunt 5 silver eagles at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in less than 3 hours, truly astonishing. The moment Lu Ming returned, it caused a wave of exclamations as the Emperor Dragon Guards started discussing spiritedly. Even though Lu Ming had only hunted 5 demonic beasts, they were all at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. In terms of value, he had already surpassed Xianxia. This caused Xianxia's face to turn slightly gloomy. Besides Xianxia, Fang's big brother gave a cold smile. Deputy Flag Fang, who is this? Xianxia asked. 8th Prince, this is the new Deputy Flag. His name is Ming Lu, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Fang replied. Oh, so it's the new Deputy Flag. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming merely cupped his fists at him casually without any hint of respect, he felt even more displeased. Xianxia walked towards Lu Ming in large strides and said, Deputy Flag Ming's battle power is astonishing. This prince admires you. Deputy Flag Ming, this prince is itching for a fight. How about you spar with this prince? Spar? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth raised slightly. That's right, spar with me. Use your full strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you won't be able to hurt this prince. Bang! As Xianxia spoke, he slowly walked forward and his body gave off an intense golden glow as his aura flourished. He had awakened the bloodline of the 5th level of God grade, and his battle power was very strong. Normal martial artists at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm weren't his match. Therefore, he was filled with confidence. At the side, the others scattered far away. Fang and his big brother looked at each other in the eyes and sneered. Make your move. Boom! Xianxia threw a punch towards Lu Ming. The golden fist aura whistled through heaven and earth as it attacked Lu Ming. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Ming Lu came from Black Spear sect and used a long spear. Whoosh! The long spear trembled. The tip of the spear trembled, stirring up the wind and clouds as it pierced towards Xianxia's fist. Bang! Xianxia's fist light was penetrated by the long spear and collapsed. Xianxia's gaze sharpened as a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Boom! Boom! Following that, the golden light on Xianxia's body grew even brighter as he punched out unceasingly. Boundless golden light surged and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled, and spear flowers bloomed in the air. Bang! Bang! Intense collisions rang out, and the fist radiance and spear radiance disappeared without a trace. Back then in Nine Dragon City, Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Now that 3 years had passed and Xianxia was in the ancient Saint Dynasty, he definitely had plenty of resources. His cultivation had risen to the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, and his battle prowess was indeed not bad. Ordinary martial artists at the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo realm weren't his match and would be killed by him. However, he was facing Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was already doing his best to suppress his own power. After dozens of moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent. Above his head, a tall, burly man in golden armor appeared. He was 100 meters tall and held a long spear in his hand. 5 golden chakras shone brightly, making him look like a god. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the burly man in golden armor. "Kill!" The burly man in golden armor shouted as the golden long spear in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance and pierced towards Lu Ming. The huge long spear brought along a terrifying whistling sound, and its power was extremely shocking. What a strong killing intent. He wants to kill me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about alerting the enemy, Lu Ming would have killed Xianxia right away. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. The spear radiance condensed in his hand grew rapidly, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. He swept the spear towards the burly man in golden armor. Boom! The 2 long spears collided, and the entire barracks shook. The burly man in golden armor's body shook violently as he was blasted back repeatedly by Lu Ming's spear. Swoosh! Lu Ming charged over directly, and the huge long spear smashed down fiercely with the force of splitting a mountain. Boom! The long spear smashed heavily onto the burly man in golden armor, causing his body to shake violently and almost fall to the ground. After that, Lu Ming's spear changed into a horizontal sweep, and it smashed heavily onto the burly man in golden armor. The burly man in golden armor let out a shrill cry as his body directly collapsed and transformed back into Xianxia's appearance. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. How audacious! You dare injure the 8th prince? You're courting death. Bang! Shi Fang's older brother, Shi Zheng, took a step forward and appeared before Lu Ming. His aura at the first level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm erupted with a bang, and a terrifying pressure suffused the sky above the barracks. The expressions of many people changed drastically because the pressure of the domain enlightened spirit god realm was truly too strong, causing many people to tremble and break out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming was like a cool breeze and didn't feel anything at all. He glanced casually at Shi Zheng and said, "The 8th prince asked me to use my full strength just now, and I was merely obeying the 8th prince's orders. You still dare to quibble? The 8th prince's body is extremely precious, and he's extremely respected. You actually dared to injure him. You've offended your superior and have no sense of seniority. You simply deserve death for your crimes. I'll cripple you right now and lock you in prison to properly reflect on your actions." Shi Zheng's gaze was gloomy while a trace of a complacent cold smile hung on the corners of his mouth. The nearby Shi Fang was even more complacent, and he glared fiercely at Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xianxia's expression was gloomy and unsightly, yet he didn't stop Shi Zheng. Just as Shi Zheng had said, Lu Ming had actually dared to injure him, and he simply deserved death for his crimes. Ha ha ha! Truly laughable. The 8th prince personally gave the order for me to attack with my full strength, and I was merely obeying the order and exerting my full strength, causing me to accidentally injure the 8th prince. Yet you made a move against me because of this. Do you think the 8th prince's orders are nonsense? Would anyone listen to him in the future? Lu Ming roared with laughter and wasn't afraid in the slightest. He finally understood now that all of this was a trap set up by Shi Zheng. Shi Zheng understood Xianxia very well and knew that Xianxia was narrow-minded. If Lu Ming were to compete with Xianxia and win, or even injure Xianxia, then only death would await Lu Ming. That was why today's matter happened. Even if Lu Ming's kills didn't surpass Xianxia's, Shi Zheng would still find a way to let the 8th prince and Lu Ming exchange pointers. But today, everything went smoother than Shi Zheng had imagined. Lu Ming's kills actually surpassed Xianxia's, which made Xianxia unhappy with Lu Ming. He directly challenged Lu Ming to a battle, and there was no better result than this. Before the battle began, Xianxia already had the intention to kill Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's battle strength wasn't enough, and he wasn't Xianxia's opponent, then Xianxia would most likely kill him on the spot. But if Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger than Xianxia's, then Xiejian's killing intent would definitely be heavier, and Lu Ming would also be on the road to death. Therefore, whether Lu Ming won or lost, his death was certain. Bold, presumptuous, who do you think you are? You are insulting the 8th prince, and you deserve 9 exterminations. Shi Fang shouted from the side, and the killing intent in Xiejian's eyes was even thicker. A lowly ant actually dared to insult him. He deserved to die 10,000 times. Boom. Chapter 1099. Looks like I can't use this identity. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He planned to kill Shi Zheng, Shi Fang, and Xiejin together. Right at that moment, haha, 8th brother, what's the matter? Why is it so lively? A loud laugh sounded. Then a roar came from the sky. It seemed like a huge army was running towards them. There were about a few hundred cavalrymen, and each of them was riding a fiery red warhorse. These warhorses were covered in fiery red scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Flames danced all over their bodies, and they looked extraordinarily mighty. It was a dragon horse. Legend had it that it had the bloodline of a true dragon. The powerful dragon horse was not weaker than a WIRM. The few hundred cavalrymen were all riding on dragon horses. The leader was a young man. He was tall and slender. He wore fiery red armor and fiery boots. His hair was loose, and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was powerful. 10th Prince. Many people exclaimed. Rumble. The dragon horse stepped into the air and appeared in the sky above the camp. Greetings, 10th Prince. Shi Zheng, Shi Fang, and the others hurriedly knelt in front of the 10th Prince. Their eyes were filled with reverence. 10th brother, why are you here? Xiejian's face was a little ugly. There was a trace of jealousy and reverence in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. The 10th Prince, Xiayan, was a peerless genius. He was one of the best amongst all the children of the current Sacred Emperor, and he was a second-rate genius whose name shook the central continent. His cultivation was formidable, and he'd even stepped foot into the domain's spirit god realm now. His status in the ancient Saint dynasty wasn't something that Xiejian could compare to at all. In the imperial family, Xiayan was second only to Xian Yinjuan. 8th brother, you can hunt, but I can't? What are you doing? It seems like you want to attack one of your subordinates. What's going on? Tell me. The 10th Prince, Xiayan, pointed at one of the Imperial Dragon Guards and ordered. His tone was arrogant and indisputable. The Imperial Dragon Guard did not dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened. Haha, so that's how it is. 8th brother, you are getting worse and worse. You can't even defeat a deputy flag of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. But it's fine if you can't defeat him, but you said you would kill him after you lost. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't our Saint Emperor clan become a joke? Xie Yin said indifferently. Haha, 10th brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill him. Just now, bodyguard Shi Zheng saw that I was injured and was worried. That's why he stood in front of me. Everything is a misunderstanding. Xiejin's expression fluctuated for a while before he revealed an ugly smile. Really? So it was all a misunderstanding. However, this Vice Flag Commander's combat strength is not bad. He is only 1 level higher than 8th brother, but he can easily crush 8th brother. He is a talent. Xie Yin smiled. Xiejin clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He was simply furious. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and revealed a smile. That's right. This Vice Flag Commander Ming Lu's combat strength is indeed not bad. Therefore, I plan to transfer him to the law enforcement army. Coincidentally, the million-year national sacrifice is about to begin. When that time comes, the sacred city will definitely be in chaos. The law enforcement army is in need of manpower. When he said that, Shi Fang and Shi Zheng's eyes lit up and revealed a cold smile. As for the others, they looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming's heart moved. What was the meaning of these gazes? Haha, he is 8th brother's man. You can arrange him however you want. Let's go. Xie Yin smiled and led the 400 cavalrymen towards Beast Cry Mountain. After Xie Yin left, Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. He swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, "Vice Flag Commander Ming, go back and wait. The order will be given soon. You shall go to the law enforcement army and be a commander. With your combat strength, it's about time." When Xianxia said that, the expressions of the others became even weirder. They looked at Lu Ming with even more pity. "And you will be transferred to the law enforcement army with him." Then, Xianxia pointed at Sun Lin. Plop! Sun Lin's expression changed drastically. Then he knelt down with a thud and kowtowed as he screamed, "No, 8th Prince, I beg you. No, don't transfer me to the law enforcement army. I only live with him. I don't know him." "Oomph. You want to disobey this prince's order?" Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Sun Lin's face turned pale, and he stood there in a daze. "Let's go." Xianxia soared into the air and returned to his residence. The others quickly followed. "Sigh, Ming Lu, I'm going to die because of you." Sun Lin let out a long sigh with a bitter expression. "What's going on? Why don't you want to join the law enforcement army?" "The law enforcement army, from the name, it should have a lot of power," Lu Ming asked curiously. Many sects had their own law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall had a lot of power. They enforced the law on behalf of the sect and were respected by everyone. Why did Sun Lin seem to be afraid of joining the law enforcement army? When the others heard that Xianxia wanted to transfer Lu Ming to the law enforcement army, they all looked at him with pity. "Sigh, you might not know this, but the law enforcement army does have a lot of power. However, that power is useless now." Sun Lin sighed and continued to explain, "The law enforcement army is the law enforcement organization of the ancient Saint dynasty. They are responsible for enforcing the law in the holy city and maintaining the security of the holy city. No matter who you are, no matter which force you are from, the law enforcement army will be dispatched to enforce the law if you commit a crime in the holy city." Lu Ming nodded his head. "Isn't that a lot of power? If it was 30,000 years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty ruled the world, everyone would be afraid of the law enforcement army. They had great power, and anyone who committed a crime would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. At that time, everyone wanted to join the law enforcement army. As long as you joined the law enforcement army, everyone would be afraid of you. But now, the ancient Saint dynasty is weak and the emperors are divided. Each of them is powerful, and the position of the law enforcement army is very awkward. For example, if the disciples of the major forces commit a crime, should the law enforcement army take action or not? If they don't take action, the law enforcement army represents the reputation of the ancient Saint dynasty. In that case, the imperial family might blame them because it would be a disgrace to the imperial family. However, if they take action, the experts of the major forces would put pressure on the imperial family. Under the pressure, the imperial family would usually hand over the law enforcement army to appease the other party's anger. In that case, who would be willing to go to the law enforcement army? Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He finally understood. The main reason was that the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, and they did not dare to offend the major forces. If that was the case, the power of the law enforcement army would be rendered useless. If they didn't do anything, they would be throwing the face of the ancient Saint dynasty. If they did something, the people from the major factions would be able to pressure the law enforcement army. The law enforcement army would then become the scapegoat. No matter what they did, they would be jumping into a fire pit. It was no wonder that when the others heard that Lu Ming would be transferred to the law enforcement army, they all reacted that way. So once he is transferred to the law enforcement army, it's all over. Moreover, the 1,000,000-year national ceremony is coming. When the time comes, the holy city will gather, and all the major forces of the divine wilderness continent will gather. It will definitely be chaotic. What should the law enforcement army do? Only death awaits. Chapter 1100. 3 days later, the transfer order was officially issued. Lu Ming was transferred to the Enforcer Army as the commander, leading a team of 100 people. Sun Lin would follow him. Lu Ming took the transfer order and set off with Sun Lin. Lu Ming didn't mind. To him, the Enforcer Army was better as it gave him more freedom. He could walk around the holy city as he pleased. That way, he would be able to gather more information. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was listless. He had a gloomy expression on his face. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Enforcer Army's encampment, the Enforcer Hall. There were many Enforcer Halls in the Holy City. A team of 100 people was led by a commander. They were stationed in the Enforcer Hall and were responsible for enforcing the law in a certain area of the Holy City. Lu Ming was the commander of this team of enforcers. He was mainly in charge of an area in the northeast of the Holy City. When Lu Ming walked in, he only saw a few figures sitting listlessly in the Enforcer Hall. He didn't see anyone else. After seeing Lu Ming's group, those people only glanced at Lu Ming casually and continued to sit listlessly. Lu Ming frowned and said, "Just a few of you. Where are the others?" One of them looked at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? You dare to barge into the Enforcer Hall without permission. Do you know that this is a serious crime? I'm a new commander. Let me ask you, where are the others?" Lu Ming took out a token and shouted coldly, "The new commander?" Those people's eyes suddenly lit up, flickering with greed and burning flames. They seemed to be suddenly energized and stood up one after another. Then one of them shouted, "A new commander is here. Brothers, come out. We have money to spend again." His voice spread far and wide. Just as his voice fell, the sound of breaking wind rang out. Figures rushed out from various rooms in the Enforcer Hall. There were at least 80 to 90 people. As soon as these people appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and Sun Lin with burning eyes. It was as if they were burly men who had been thirsty for decades and saw a peerlessly enchanting beauty. "Ha! Another unlucky bastard has arrived, and it's even a commander. You've come at the right time. Take out all your origin stones and treasures and share them with us brothers." A burly man who looked like a gorilla stepped out. His muscles bulged as he stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious gaze. You're actually just a martial arts practitioner at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, and you're transferred here to be a commander. I really don't know which big shot you've offended. However, no matter who you've offended, since you're here, hand over the origin stones and treasures. A gray-haired old man in his 60s sneered. Once we get the origin stones, let's go eat and drink to our heart's content, shall we? That's for sure. Motherfucker, I haven't enjoyed it for a long time. The others were also in a hubbub, talking one after another, looking at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a piece of fat meat. Sun Lin's face was pale. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was the law enforcement army? This was a law enforcement hall? Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to a bandit's lair. These people actually wanted to rob him. After careful observation, this was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall. "You guys want to rob me?" Lu Ming's face revealed an indescribable smile. "If you want to interpret it that way, that's fine too. Hurry up, otherwise my fist is going to itch." The burly man who looked like a gorilla stared at Lu Ming unkindly. The smile on Lu Ming's face became even wider. Sweeping his gaze, he said, "Since that's the case, all right, I'll rob you now. Hand over all your storage rings." "What? What did you say?" Once Lu Ming's words came out, the entire place quietened down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming dumbfounded. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. Did I hear wrongly? This fellow at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm actually wants to rob us? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he's a commander? Isn't he the same as us? An unlucky fellow who offended someone he shouldn't have offended. What a joke. Bang. The burly man with the gorilla took a step forward and a violent aura burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed at Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the consummate level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Among this group of people, he was at the peak. "Let's see what abilities you have." The burly man with the gorilla revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the wrist of the burly man with lightning speed. His vital essence burst forth as he grabbed the burly man and flung him violently. Boom! The burly man with the gorilla was like a sandbag as he crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire law enforcement hall to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the powerful formation inscribed in the law enforcement hall, it would probably have exploded. The burly man with the gorilla screamed miserably as he crashed onto the ground. His cultivation and vital essence were incomparably weak in the hands of Lu Ming. They were completely scattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have fallen apart. He didn't have any strength left as he laid on the ground, howling in grief. Everyone suddenly became silent as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. The burly man, with the cultivation of the consummate level of spirit embryo realm, was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't resist at all. How is this possible? Brothers, let's attack together. This person's battle prowess is profound, so he must have a lot of benefits on him. Let's attack. The white-haired elder shouted loudly. 80 to 90 law enforcers also shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed over like a flowing light. He slapped out, "Pack! Pack!" In the law enforcement hall, rapid slapping sounds could be heard, as well as howls and screams of agony, which were all mixed together. In less than a minute, 80 to 90 law enforcers were lying all over the law enforcement hall. They were lying on the ground and howling in grief. One side of their faces was bulging up, making them look incomparably miserable. Sun Lin looked at this scene dumbfoundedly. His mouth was opened so wide that he could swallow a duck egg. Was Lu Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm? Wasn't his battle prowess a little too strong? In this team of law enforcers, there were 5 to 6 people with consummate spirit embryos. The rest of them were experts at least at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm and above. However, in less than a minute, they were all beaten down by Lu Ming. They were as weak as babies. This was too terrifying. He felt that his head couldn't quite turn around. "You dare to attack me? You're courting death," Lu Ming shouted coldly. Now, Lu Ming had the appearance of a burly man with a full beard. When he glared, he looked quite imposing. Grabbing the air with his palm, his vital essence burst forth. The storage rings on the fingers of these law enforcers were all sucked over by Lu Ming. If they wanted to rob him, they had to be prepared to be robbed by him. First, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring of the burly chimpanzee and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He was dumbfounded. "This? Aren't you a little too poor?" Lu Ming stared at the burly chimpanzee and was completely speechless. In the storage ring of the burly chimpanzee, other than a few spirit crystals, there was almost nothing else. Origin stones, no. Good spirit weapons, no. Not to mention any precious medicinal pills or materials. It was completely empty. There was nothing at all. This was a storage ring with a consummate spirit embryo, after all. How could it be so poor? Next, Lu Ming looked at the storage rings of other people. Many of them were even poorer than the burly chimpanzee. Chapter 1101. Lu Ming scanned dozens of storage rings and found that they were all similar. The contents inside were miserable and didn't look like the storage rings of martial artists above the 4th level of spirit embryo realm at all. Looking at Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, the chimpanzee and the others were embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage rings flew back to the chimpanzee and the others. "Get up, don't play dead." Lu Ming looked around and said coldly. Lu Ming didn't hit them hard just now. He only scattered their vital essence temporarily, so it wasn't a big deal. After all, Lu Ming was the commander of these people. He couldn't kill them as soon as he arrived. The chimpanzee and the others got up from the ground one by one. "Commander, your battle power is profound. I'm really impressed." As soon as he got up, the chimpanzee showed a simple and honest smile, which was completely different from the ferocious look just now. Yes, Commander, your cultivation is unparalleled. You got rid of us in just a few moves. It's the first time I've seen something like this in all my years." The white-haired elder also flattered. "Commander is invincible. Commander is mighty." The other members of the law enforcement army also flattered. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. He was quite speechless. What kind of people were these? They wanted to rob him just now, but now they changed their attitude so quickly. "Why are you so poor?" You don't even have a piece of origin stone in your storage rings? Lu Ming asked curiously. Sigh. We're the law enforcement army. It's so hard. Commander, it's like this. Everyone started to explain to Lu Ming. After listening, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The life of the law enforcement army was even worse than what Sun Lin said. The law enforcement army had to enforce the law in the sacred city and protect the reputation of the ancient Saint dynasty. However, the ancient Saint dynasty had declined. Although it was still an overlord force, or even the strongest one, it was just an overlord force. It no longer had the power to dominate the world. Therefore, when it did things, it had to be scrupulous and had to build a good relationship with other forces. Therefore, the law enforcement army didn't dare to arrest or punish the people of the big forces when they committed crimes. However, they had to protect the reputation of the royal family. What did they do? Therefore, most of the time, the law enforcement army had to pay out of their own pockets to give gifts to the disciples of the big forces and those who had committed crimes. They would ask them to do a good deed and apologize in public. In this way, the law enforcement army would naturally protect the reputation of the royal family. The criminals would also admit their mistakes, and the matter would be resolved. However, they had to fork out their own money. Over time, it would be strange if the law enforcement army was not poor. It was no wonder that they wanted to rob Lu Ming as soon as they saw that he was new. Lu Ming was speechless. The law enforcement army was too cowardly. The culprit was fine, but they had to give the culprit benefits. This was simply unheard of. The law enforcement army is supposed to enforce the law under the heavens and represent the ancient sage dynasty in enforcing the law. However, it's a pity that the ancient sage dynasty no longer has the power to do so. In fact, the law enforcement army could have been removed long ago. However, the imperial family has kept it for the sake of their dignity. The white-haired old man sighed. Lu Ming finally knew why Xianxia transferred him to the law enforcement army and made him a commander. The million-year national ceremony was getting closer and closer. People from all the big forces would gather. It was an eventful time. If something went wrong, Lu Ming would offend someone, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, the responsibility of a commander would naturally be greater. Xianxia, if you want to play, let's play. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand, and a storage ring flew towards the chimpanzee man. There are 10,000 origin stones here. Use it to buy some good wine and delicacies. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. If there's more, each of you can buy a spiritual weapon. These people were simply too poor, to the point that they had even sold their own spirit weapons. 10,000 origin stones? The chimpanzee man took the ring and was stunned at first. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Commander." The others were also overjoyed. They thanked Lu Ming and then went to buy good wine, delicacies, and spiritual weapons. The wine and delicacies that martial artists ate were different from those of ordinary people. They were all from powerful, fierce beasts and demon beasts. The wine was also spiritual wine, which was very expensive. Half a day later, the chimpanzee man and others bought a lot of good wine and delicacies. The 80 to 90 people were divided into several tables and ate to their heart's content. They hadn't eaten and drank to their heart's content for a long time. At the moment, they were quite grateful to Lu Ming. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. Through chatting, Lu Ming learned that these people had offended big shots and were transferred here. They had families and friends in the sacred city. They couldn't escape, so they could only suffer in the law enforcement army. Everyone ate and drank for a few hours. Not good. Someone destroyed a shop on North Street and killed the shopkeeper. He's still there now. Suddenly, a law enforcement army soldier rushed in to report the news. What? Who did it? Trouble. Something happened again. The chimpanzee man and others' faces changed drastically. They were usually most afraid of accidents because once something happened, it would be easy to deal with some unknown people. However, if it was a big shot, it would be difficult. It's the young master of the Huang family, Huang Ke. The messenger said, "What? The Huang family is a family with many spiritual immortals. What should we do?" The chimpanzee man and others' faces changed drastically. They couldn't offend any force with a spiritual immortal. Otherwise, the spiritual immortals of the other party could directly find their superiors and put pressure on them. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine, drank it all, and strode out. You, we'll go together. The chimpanzee man picked a dozen people and followed Lu Ming out of the law enforcement hall. Their law enforcement hall was in the northeast of the sacred city. It was very close to North Street. They arrived in a short while. On the way, Lu Ming also knew what was going on. Huang Ku, the young master of the Huang family, took a fancy to a treasure in a shop, but there was no origin stone. He said that he owed it first and wanted to take the treasure first. Those who knew Huang Ku knew that he had never paid back anything he owed. The shopkeeper naturally didn't agree, so Huang Ku killed the shopkeeper and destroyed the shop. He even wanted to kill the shopkeeper's family. As soon as he arrived, he heard an arrogant voice. "Damn it. I gave you face, but you didn't take it. I said that you owed it first. It's not like you won't pay it back. Why don't you agree? You're courting death. Who can you blame?" An arrogant voice sounded. "Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too." A deep voice sounded. It must have been Huang Ku's servant. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The law enforcement army is on duty. Get out of the way." The chimpanzee man roared. The crowd made way, and Lu Ming strode over. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Chapter 1102. That youth was Huang Ku. Behind Huang Ku, there was even a burly man following behind her. At this moment, Huang Ku also saw Lu Ming and the rest. However, not only was he not afraid, he even sneered. "What's going on?" Lu Ming walked over and asked with a frown. "So, it's people from the law enforcement army. This person offended me and was killed by me. You guys can collect his corpse." Huang Ku had his hands behind his back as he casually glanced at Lu Ming and said indifferently, "Killed by you? This person was running a shop in the sacred city and should be protected by the law enforcement army. Why did you kill him? Follow us to the law enforcement hall and give us an explanation." Lu Ming said coldly, "What did you say? You want to capture me and bring me to the law enforcement hall?" Huang Ku seemed to have heard a very funny joke and almost laughed out loud. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. The others at the side were the same. The law enforcement hall dared to capture Huang Ku? Huang family was considered quite a power in the sacred city. Now that the law enforcement army existed in name only, would they really dare to capture Huang Ku? "Nonsense, Tai Xing, capture him!" Lu Ming shouted loudly. Tai Xing was the name of the burly chimpanzee. The burly chimpanzee revealed a difficult expression. "Commander, this Huang Ku is not to be offended." Tai Xing whispered in Lu Ming's ear. If you guys don't make a move, I'll do it myself." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. "You dare?" Huang Ku shouted loudly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Ming sneered. "A mere law enforcement army. You're courting death. Kill him." Huang Ku waved his hand, and the burly man behind him stepped forward. A violent aura burst forth, as the aura of the 8th level of spirit embryo realm burst forth. "Die!" The burly man shouted angrily with cold, killing intent. He unsheathed his battle knife and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. "Want to kill me? Die!" Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Space rumbled, and the terrifying power instantly broke through all of the burly man's defenses. A palm slapped the burly man's chest, and a large hole directly appeared in his chest. He screamed, and with a look of disbelief, his life was cut off. Even at the moment of his death, he still could not believe that the trash of the law enforcement army had become so domineering. You dare!" Huang Ku was so scared that her face turned pale. She trembled all over and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. "If you want to kill me, you have to be killed by me. Since you asked him to kill me, I'll cripple you first." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. "No, don't." Huang Ku was extremely terrified. Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light shot out, crippling Huang Ku's cultivation. "Ah, you crippled my cultivation. I want you to die a horrible death. A horrible death." Xianxia screamed miserably. At the side, the others were incomparably shocked. This law enforcement army was completely different from before. They were actually so ruthless and decisive. However, there were also many people who secretly clapped their hands and cheered. This Xianxia had relied on her family's power to commit all kinds of evil. She finally got her retribution. However, this law enforcement army was going to be miserable later. The Huang family would not let this matter rest. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the others widened their eyes, not knowing what to do. Although they also felt very good doing this, their entire bodies felt comfortable. But now they felt comfortable. But what about the consequences? If Xianxia was crippled, the Huang family would probably go crazy. Lu Ming sucked Xianxia and the burly man's storage rings over and handed them to the two women at the side. One old and one young. Obviously the shopkeeper's family. The two of them cried bitterly with a helpless face. Take these two storage rings and leave the sacred city. Go live somewhere else. Lu Ming handed over the storage rings to the two and said, "Thank you, sir." The two of them thanked him repeatedly and then quickly left the city. Tai Xing, bring this trash back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming ordered, then turned around and walked towards the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the others looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and carried Xianxia back to the law enforcement hall. Along the way, Xianxia's crying attracted many people's attention. It was a good show to watch. The Huang family will definitely go crazy and kill their way to the law enforcement hall. They probably won't kill the law enforcement army directly, but they will put pressure on the law enforcement army and then kill their way to the law enforcement hall. Let's go and take a look. Along the way, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming and the others to the law enforcement hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to the law enforcement hall. When the remaining law enforcement army saw this scene and heard what had happened, they were all pale with fright. It's over. How are we going to deal with the other party's experts when they come knocking on our door? Forget it. We can't hide. Let's go all out. But I feel pretty good in my heart. That's true. Huh. The other members of the law enforcement hall discussed softly. Lu Ming's face was calm. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. The sky around the law enforcement hall was filled with people. Some were waiting quietly while some were gloating. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later. The Huang family is here. Someone shouted. Whoosh. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. There were a total of 3 people in the sky. The 2 old men were dressed like Xianxia. They should be the experts of the Huang family. The other middle-aged man was actually wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. It's the commander-in-chief. Tai Xing's face changed and whispered in Lu Ming's ear. The commander-in-chief he was referring to was the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army. He was in charge of all the existing law enforcement army in the Holy City. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army's face was as black as a pot. His gaze fell on Lu Ming, and he scolded. Ming Lu, why aren't you releasing young Master Xianxia? The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army was extremely displeased. Especially when he looked at Lu Ming, he was even more displeased. How could Lu Ming not be aware of the current situation of the law enforcement army? He had accidentally apologized to them and even dared to kill the guards of the Huang family and cripple Xianxia's cultivation. It would be strange if the Huang family didn't fly into a rage. Look, their domain enlightened spirit god expert had directly come looking for him and pressured him. Release him? Haha, commander-in-chief, this person killed the shopkeeper of a store on the street. That shopkeeper had to be protected by the ancient Saint dynasty to do business in the Holy City. Otherwise, who would dare to do business in the Holy City in the future? I'm acting impartially. Why should I release him? Lu Ming sneered as he replied. The other members of the law enforcement hall behind him broke out in cold sweat for Lu Ming. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army was a domain enlightened spirit god expert. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a domain enlightened spirit god expert like that. Sure enough, Lu Ming's words caused the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement hall's expression to become even more gloomy. However, he was unable to find the words to refute Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming was right. Lu Ming was carrying out the duties of the law enforcement hall. As a commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army, how could he refute Lu Ming? Haha, Commander-in-Chief Chun. Looks like your subordinate doesn't listen to you at all. Since it's like that, then allow me to personally cripple this person's cultivation and bring him back to the Huang family to be dealt with. Chapter 1103. First Level of Spirit God. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The elder from Huang family was at the first level of Spirit God, and the other elder beside him had an even weaker cultivation. He was only at the perfected spirit embryo. However, this person had a powerful aura that was far from ordinary perfected spirit embryos. Lu Ming guessed that this person had awakened his god-level bloodline, but hadn't broken through to the spirit god realm. He was considered an old monster, and his battle power was much stronger than ordinary perfected spirit embryos. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on Huang Ke's face, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you say you want to cripple me, the commander of the law enforcement army, in the disciplinary hall? You are simply disgraceful and deserve to die. Lu Ming shouted and glared at him. With his face full of beard, he looked righteous. He exerted force with his feet and rubbed Huang Ke's face against the ground. Ah, old ancestor, save me! Huang Ke screamed miserably. How dare you, evil creature! You are courting death. The elder with the perfected spirit embryo shouted and took a step forward with a violent aura. He formed a huge palm and pressed down on Lu Ming. Not good. It's an old monster with a perfected spirit embryo. The expression of Tai Xing and the rest changed drastically. Tai Xing also had a perfected spirit embryo, but his battle power was far inferior to that of a perfected spirit embryo who had awakened a god-level bloodline. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He clenched his hand into a claw and clawed upwards. With a poof, the old man's palm collapsed instantly. Lu Ming's claw, which was condensed by his vital essence, continued to grab the old man at an incredible speed. In an instant, the old man was caught in his hand. Break! The elder's expression changed drastically, and his god-level bloodline appeared. He executed bloodline fusion and unleashed a violent attack, wanting to break apart Lu Ming's vital essence claw. However, it was a pity that it didn't budge. Come down! Lu Ming shouted softly. He pulled his claws downwards and directly pulled the old man's body down from the air, smashing him onto the ground ruthlessly. Boom! The earth quaked, and the old man screamed miserably. His protective Jinyuan had been shattered by Lu Ming. His bones crackled and popped, and it was unknown how many of them had been broken. He lay on the ground, screaming miserably like a dying dog. The surrounding onlookers, including the other members of the law enforcement hall, were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The onlookers, in particular, swallowed their saliva like crazy. This disciplinary hall commander was too awesome. Firstly, his battle prowess had exceeded everyone's expectations. An old monster with a perfect spirit embryo was pulled down from the sky in one move and smashed into the ground half dead. Such battle prowess could be said to be astonishing. Secondly, this commander was too audacious. Not only had he crippled Huang Ke, he'd even bashed a senior of the Huang clan to the point he was on the verge of death. Next, he would definitely have to face the rage of a domain enlightened spirit god. Bastard, you're courting death. Sure enough, the spiritual god expert from the Huang clan was furious. He let out a loud roar as a terrifying aura erupted from him. A pressure that was as deep as the ocean suffused the entire area. Many people's expressions changed drastically as they retreated madly. The pressure formed by a spiritual god expert's attack was too strong and absolutely terrifying. Die! The spiritual god of the Huang clan shouted and pointed his finger. Everywhere his finger passed, yellow rays of light burst forth. The space distorted like ripples of water and was finally torn apart. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force was aimed at the center of Lu Ming's eyebrows. This awesome commander is finished. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Boom! Just when such a thought flashed through everyone's mind, Lu Ming blasted a fist towards the sky. A fist aura soared into the sky and collided with the finger force. With a loud boom, the finger force and the fist aura disappeared at the same time. What? He blocked the attack of the domain enlightened spirit god? Waves of cries of disbelief came from the surroundings. Lu Ming's battle prowess had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually blocked the attack of the domain enlightened spirit god. The eyes of the commander of the law enforcement hall flickered, and he was incomparably astonished. According to what he knew, Ming Lu had been transferred to the law enforcement army because he had offended the 8th prince. According to the information he had received, this person's battle prowess was only slightly stronger than the 8th prince. When he had sparred with the 8th prince, he had recklessly injured the 8th prince. Therefore, no matter how strong his battle prowess was, it was still limited. He had never expected that he could actually block the attack of the domain enlightened spirit god. It seems that this person has been hiding his strength. The commander of the law enforcement army thought to himself. A murderous intent flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. His gaze was like two resplendent spear auras that pierced towards the Huang clan's elder. He said indifferently, "It seems that you want to be like him." The him that Lu Ming was talking about was the elder with a perfected spirit embryo. At this moment, the Huang clan's spiritual god's heart couldn't help but tighten. At this moment, he actually felt a terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. It was as if he was facing a terrifying, ferocious beast that could tear him into pieces once it went berserk. This kind of feeling made him panic in his heart. "What do you want?" The Huang clan's spiritual god asked with an unsightly expression. "Apologize and admit your mistake in front of everyone." Lu Ming said, "Don't even think about it. Don't go overboard. If you let him go now, I won't pursue the matter." The Huang clan's spiritual god's face turned ugly. However, by saying so, he was already taking a step back. Lu Ming sneered and said, "This person killed the shopkeeper of the holy city for no reason. I am the commander of the law enforcement army, and I am here to enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. Your Huang clan is so audacious that you actually dared to kill your way into the law enforcement hall. Are you looking down on the ancient Saint dynasty and the Imperial Xia clan? Are you trying to overturn the heavens? And you, as the commander of the law enforcement hall, it's fine if you don't enforce the law impartially, but you actually help the other party to bully the law enforcement hall. It seems that you also don't put the imperial family in your eyes." Lu Ming's every word struck the heart of the Huang clan's spiritual god and the commander of the law enforcement hall. Their expressions changed drastically and became abnormally ugly. Lu Ming was pulling the wool over their eyes and putting a big label on them. However, this label was too heavy for them to bear. Today, there were so many people here. If Lu Ming's words reached the ears of the imperial family, and even the Saint Emperor, they would definitely have to bear the consequences. Although the law enforcement hall existed in name only now and no one really cared about it, it was still the law enforcement hall in essence. Before the law enforcement army was withdrawn, it had the same meaning as it did 30,000 years ago. It had the power to enforce the law. In fact, other law enforcement hall people could also put a label on others because once this matter was blown out of proportion, the imperial family would definitely intervene. However, the premise was that they had to have strength. For example, if Lu Ming was not strong enough, he would have been slapped to death by the Huang clan's expert. There would be no chance to put a label on him. However, it was different now. Since Lu Ming had already spoken out and put a label on them, if they continued to act, it would really be like what Lu Ming said. They didn't put the Imperial Xie clan in their eyes. After that, the Imperial Xie clan would definitely take action. Otherwise, where would their face go? Damn it. The Huang clan's spiritual god and the commander of the law enforcement army gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Okay, this is my Huang clan's fault. I apologize. In the future, I will definitely warn the Huang clan's disciples to follow the rules of the law enforcement army. The Huang clan's spiritual god was helpless. In the end, he could only apologize. Then, he looked at Huang Ku and asked her to apologize. Chapter 1104. Scram. Lu Ming picked up Huang Ku and threw him to the Huang family spirit god as if he was throwing trash. The Huang family spirit god's face was very cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the elder with a perfect spirit embryo before leaving without looking back. Today, the Huang family had lost all face. The commander of the law enforcement army also snorted and left by stepping into the air. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. They had originally thought that with the Huang family's large-scale attack, the commander would most likely be dead. Who would have thought that even though the Huang family's experts had come, they would return with their faces covered in dirt? As for the commander, he was completely unharmed. This was out of everyone's expectations. This commander of the law enforcement army is really awesome. He's really awesome. He's the most awesome commander of the law enforcement army I've ever seen. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The people of the law enforcement army were also tongue-tied. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. However, it felt great. The eyes of the 80 to 90 people of the law enforcement army lit up. They felt extremely comfortable. As for Lu Ming, they were full of admiration. "Commander is mighty," Tai Xing roared. "All right, cut the crap and get to work." Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to his room. Everyone dispersed, but the matter of the law enforcement army having a powerful commander spread out like a whirlwind. It gave everyone something to talk about while they were cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the law enforcement army for half a month. During this half a month, other than cultivating, Lu Ming was strolling around the sacred city. Of course, he wasn't really strolling around. Instead, he was loitering outside the imperial palace to see if he could find a chance to sneak in. In the end, he gave up helplessly. There were too many terrifying existences in the imperial palace. He had carefully sensed and found that there were countless existences in the imperial palace that could easily kill him. There were even some incomparably terrifying auras that were like the aura of a supreme being. They were definitely supreme beings. Lu Ming had sensed no less than 10 of such auras. And this was what Lu Ming had sensed. If he hadn't sensed anything, then there was definitely something else. Although the ancient holy court had weakened, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient holy court was still the most powerful force in the central continent, and its power was unfathomable. This was to be expected as well. If they weren't strong, they would have long been destroyed by the other overlord forces. After all, there were many overlord forces who were eyeing them covetously. In the past half a month, more and more people had gathered in the holy city as the ancient sage dynasty's 1,000,000-year state ceremony was getting closer. However, due to the incident with the Huang family last time, some small forces would not be too presumptuous. In the areas under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, nothing major happened. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy city. The sage emperor intended to choose a husband for one of the princesses during the 1,000,000-year national sacrifice, and he wanted to choose one of the heroes of the younger generation. As soon as this news came out, it was like an earthquake that shook the entire holy city. Countless people were shocked. The current sage emperor had a total of 16 children. Among them, there were 13 princes and only 3 princesses. However, the 13 princes were completely suppressed by the 3 princesses. That was because 2 of the 3 princesses' names shook the world. Their magnificence was unmatched, and they were simply too outstanding. Xianxia was one of the top 5 youths in the central continent. At the same time, she was also one of the top 5 beauties of the central continent. Her beauty was unparalleled and unparalleled. There was another princess, Xianxia. She was also one of the top 5 beauties of the central continent. However, her martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Xianxia's. Nevertheless, she was still a second-grade genius and was on par with Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. These 2 princesses were so outstanding that countless people were envious of them. It was said that there was another princess. She was the youngest of all the princes and princesses. She was also peerlessly beautiful. Her appearance and temperament were not at all inferior to the other 2 princesses. Even her martial talent was incomparably shocking. However, not many people had seen her before. That was because that princess was an anomaly in the Imperial Xie family. Anomaly was a taboo word in the Imperial Xie family. That was because the Imperial Xie family was weakened because of an anomaly. Which princess was the Sage Emperor going to choose a husband for? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no matter which princess it was, many young geniuses from the major factions were tempted. Then, the major factions sent people to investigate and verify the authenticity of the news. Lu Ming's heart trembled when he heard the news. Who was the Sage Emperor going to choose a husband for a princess? Lu Ming was very worried. He was afraid that it was Xianxia. 3 days later, an even more shocking piece of news was released. The current Sage Emperor personally ordered someone to spread the news. It was true that he was going to choose a husband for a princess. The princess was Xianxia. Moreover, it was going to be a competition between young geniuses on the day of the million-year national sacrificial ceremony. The person who won first place would become Xianxia's husband and would also be able to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The person who won second and third place would be able to make a request to the Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor would try his best to fulfill the request and would also be able to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The person who won 4th to 10th place would be able to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. When the news was released, it caused a huge earthquake in the sacred city. Countless people were shocked. At the same time, the news spread to the central continent and even the surrounding territories at the speed of a tornado. Countless young geniuses were shocked. Their eyes lit up. Some of the geniuses were not interested in the person who won first place or being able to marry a princess. Instead, they were interested in a condition from the Sage Emperor, which was to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The Sage Emperor was an emperor. There was no need to mention the value of a condition from him. The Sage Emperor's ancient palace was a sacred place for cultivation. Legend had it that the ancient dynasty's sage emperors had comprehended the palace. If one could comprehend it, it would be very useful for breaking through to the emperor realm in the future. The ancient dynasty's Xie family had been passed down for millions of years. They had produced many emperors and had never stopped. That was why they had always been strong. Some people said that it had something to do with the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. This made the geniuses who wanted to become emperors extremely excited. After confirming the news, they all rushed to the sacred city. When Lu Ming heard it, he heaved a sigh of relief because the princess was not Xianxia. However, at the same time, Lu Ming was also very excited. What he was excited about was not Xianxia, nor was it about entering the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. It was about a condition from the Sage Emperor. If he could get second or third place, he would be able to ask the Sage Emperor to let Xianxia go. At the thought of this, Lu Ming decided that he would participate in this competition. This piece of news caused the ancient sacred dynasty to lose its peace. It became the top topic of discussion. People talked about it every day, and it didn't die down for a long time. Many people were secretly guessing why the Sage Emperor would do this. However, it was not difficult for people with foresight to guess that the Imperial Xie family wanted to use this method to increase the strength of the Imperial family. The person who could get first place and marry Princess Xianxia would definitely be a genius from an overlord force. This way, through marriage, the Imperial family would increase the strength of the Imperial family. Chapter 1105. Amidst the hustle and bustle, time passed day by day. The holy city became even more lively, and more people came. However, Lu Ming's daily routine remained the same. Apart from cultivating, he would be strolling around the sacred city with his men. This mansion is so strange. It's covered in dust, and there's an inscription formation on the outside to seal it off. In the northeast of the sacred city, Lu Ming brought his men for a stroll and arrived at a huge mansion. The mansion was ancient and majestic, occupying a large area. However, no one was living in it as it was sealed off by a formation. It was rare to see such a mansion in the sacred city. "Sir, lower your voice. This mansion is a taboo." Sun Lin said softly with a heavy expression. He seemed to be afraid of it. Taboo? I'm curious. Tell me about it. Lu Ming asked curiously. Sun Lin's face was filled with hesitation as he squeaked. Tell me. Lu Ming's face sank. All right, Commander, I'll tell you through voice transmission. This mansion is the mansion of the chaotic sky, divine emperor, Xiaowan. Sun Lin said to Lu Ming through voice transmission. The chaotic sky, divine emperor, Xiaowan? The emperor of chaos sky, who caused the internal strife of the ancient Saint dynasty 30,000 years ago and caused the ancient Saint dynasty's strength to plummet? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. It's the mansion of the chaotic sky, divine emperor. Sun Lin said. Oh, Sun Lin, you seem to know a lot about the chaotic sky, divine emperor. Do you know why he betrayed the imperial CF family? Lu Ming asked. Lord Commander, I've accidentally read about it in an ancient book. Legend has it that the chaotic sky divine emperor, Xiaowan, is an anomaly in the CF family. The imperial CF family has a noble bloodline, and the bloodline that they awaken is pure and holy. However, there's a small chance that someone will awaken a bloodline that's completely different from the others. It's an extremely dark bloodline. This kind of person is called an anomaly by the imperial CF family, and will be looked down upon and mocked. When the chaotic sky divine emperor was young, he grew up under all kinds of ridicule and humiliation. Therefore, he hated the imperial CF family. However, the chaotic sky divine emperor was terrifyingly talented. The more bloodlines he awakened, the more terrifying his talent became. He was simply unparalleled in the world. Therefore, the imperial CF family attached great importance to him and entrusted him with important tasks. Later on, the chaotic sky divine emperor broke through to the emperor realm. His combat strength was terrifying, and he was able to suppress the other emperors. At that time, the chaotic sky divine emperor finally erupted. He led his subordinates and started a rebellion. They fought against the imperial CF family. Although the chaotic sky divine emperor was suppressed in the end, the ancient Saint dynasty suffered a great loss in that battle. Countless spirit gods and sovereigns were killed. Even the emperors were killed. Since then, the ancient Saint dynasty's strength was greatly weakened. The ancient Saint dynasty's strength has reached a new height. Sun Lin told Lu Ming everything that he had read. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The chaotic sky divine emperor's experience was similar to Xianxia's. The bloodline that he awakened was called an anomaly by the imperial CF family. It's just a bloodline. It's ridiculous that they treated it like that. The chaotic sky divine emperor, Xiaowan, was extremely talented. If the others did not mock and humiliate him when he was young, why would he rebel when he became stronger? If he didn't rebel, he wouldn't be where he was today. The ancient Saint dynasty's CF family would only become more prosperous and powerful. I heard that the current 16th princess also awakened an anomaly bloodline. Sigh, it's so pitiful. The anomaly bloodline has always been looked down upon by the imperial family. Moreover, after the chaotic sky divine emperor, the anomaly bloodline ended up in a worse state. Before the chaotic sky divine emperor appeared, the imperial family would still nurture the anomaly bloodline of the imperial family if they showed great talent, just like the chaotic sky divine emperor. However, after the chaotic sky divine emperor appeared, the imperial family suppressed any anomaly bloodline directly. The stronger one's talent was, the more they suppressed them. It's simply a taboo because they are afraid that another anomaly like the chaotic sky divine emperor will appear. Sun Lin continued. Crack. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists tightly. No matter what, he had to save Xianxia. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it. Then, Lu Ming left without asking any questions. Time passed quickly. Soon, there was only half a month left until the million-year state ceremony. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved and reached the mid-second level of the spirit god realm. It's too slow. It's really too slow to increase my cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. He didn't have many origin stones with him now. The amount of origin stones needed to increase one's cultivation in the spirit god realm was simply terrifying. However, the water intent of heaven and earth had broken through and reached the 4th level of the initial stage. Now, only the earth intent had not broken through to the 4th level of the initial stage. On this day, Lu Ming had just ended his cultivation and was about to go out for a walk when someone came to report that something had happened. Someone had killed someone on the street, and the battle was still ongoing. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. I heard that it's a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Tai Xing replied with an ugly expression. The Celestial Martial Sword Sect was an overlord force. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful overlord force. What should they do now? They knew that something was going to happen as the various overlord forces gathered in the Holy City. What should we do? Of course, we have to do it impartially. Lu Ming said. Impartially? Commander, the other party is the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Tai Xing cried out worriedly. So what if it's the Sky Martial Sword Sect? Don't forget that this is the Holy City and not the Sky Martial Sword Sect. All of you follow me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and walked out with large strides. The others had no choice but to follow. They flew in the air and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. It was outside a restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was surrounded by people. Lu Ming appeared in the air and looked down. On the street, 2 people were lying on the ground with blood flowing everywhere. Their throats were slit by a sword, and they were no longer breathing. On the other side of the 2 corpses, the battle was still ongoing. 3 Celestial Martial Sword Sect disciples in white robes were currently attacking 3 people. One of them was an old man, and the other 2 were young men and women. However, the 3 of them were no match for the 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples. The 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples were all experts at the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. They were very young and belonged to the younger generation. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, they were clearly the top prodigies of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. As for the old man and the young man, the old man's cultivation was at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, the young man and woman's cultivation were only at the 1st or 2nd level of Spirit Embryo Realm. The difference was too great. Although the old man's cultivation was high, the 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples were all top prodigies. It was normal for them to fight above their level. They completely suppressed the old man and made him unable to retaliate. Hee, you guys are courting death. How dare you talk about the Sky Martial Sword Sect behind our backs? One of the Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples sneered. The Sky Martial Sword Sect is too overbearing. You don't even allow others to talk? In the World Academy's St. Manor secret realm, Wu Changkong and the rest were killed by Lu Xiaoqing. This is the truth, and everyone knows it. Are you guys going to kill everyone in the world? Chapter 1106. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Through the simple conversation between the 2 parties, it wasn't hard to guess what was going on. The young lady and the others must be talking about what happened at the World Academy and the Sacred Mansion Secret Ground. In the Sacred Mansion Secret Ground, the 2 strongest Sky Prides of the previous generation of the Sky Martial Sword Sect were killed by Lu Ming. The 2 strongest Sky Prides of the current generation were also killed by Lu Ming. They only managed to survive because of the life talisman. This matter had already spread far and wide. Lu Xiaoqing's name had even shaken the entire Middle Continent. The young lady and the other disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect must have heard about this matter. Given the tough style of the Sky Martial Sword Sect, they naturally took action. Shut up. How dare you mention this matter again? Who knows what despicable means Lu Xiaoqing used to harm our senior brothers of the Sky Martial Sword Sect? How dare you talk nonsense here? You're courting death. Kill. The disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect bellowed as they attacked even more violently. Stop. The enforcers are here. Lu Ming stepped down from the sky and shouted. The 3 disciples of the Tianwu Sword Sect turned to look at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with contempt. This is the Sky Martial Sword Sect's business. Unrelated people, scram. One of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect bellowed in an extremely domineering manner. The enforcers were nothing in their eyes. It's that awesome commander of the enforcers. Could it be that he dares to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect? Impossible. No matter how awesome he is, he might be able to deal with a small faction like the Huang family. But this is the Sky Martial Sword Sect, one of the top overlord factions. Unless he's tired of living, he wouldn't dare to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. That's right. Didn't you see those disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect ignoring him? At this moment, many people in the crowd recognized Lu Ming. However, no one thought that he would dare to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. A puny enforcers dared to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword Sect? Wasn't that just courting death? Kill. The three disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect ignored Lu Ming, and their attacks became more and more violent. Their sword chi was like rainbows, and the elder of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't withstand the attacks at all, and his chest was slashed by sword light. A deep sword wound appeared, and he was almost cleaved into 2 halves. "Young miss, young master, leave quickly." That elder roared loudly, risking his life to erupt with power, wishing for that young man and woman to quickly leave. Leave? Today, none of you will be able to leave. How dare you spread rumors about my Celestial Martial Sword faction? All of you deserve death. A disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect shouted coldly. With a flash of his body, he bypassed the old man like a beam of sword light and charged towards the young woman. No, that elder roared loudly, but he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he help? The young girl's face was snow white. She was only at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm, while her opponent was at the 5th level. Furthermore, he was a prodigy with strong battle prowess. She couldn't defend against him at all. Die. The disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect revealed a malevolent look in his eyes as his sword flashed like lightning, slashing down at the young woman. However, when the sword light was halfway through, it stopped. That was because someone had grabbed onto the disciple's wrist, preventing him from slashing down. The person who had grabbed onto his wrist was naturally Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young woman and blocked the disciple's sword. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, the disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect had a shocking murderous intent in his eyes. He shouted, "How dare you, a mere enforcer, interfere with my attack? I'll kill you as well." His vital essence burst forth as the sword chi on the disciple's body whistled. His other hand was like a sword, piercing towards Lu Ming's throat. Bam! Lu Ming immediately kicked out, landing a kick on the disciple's stomach. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew dozens of meters away, landing heavily on the ground. You dare to retaliate?" The disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming actually dared to retaliate? He was a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. "Idiot," Lu Ming said indifferently. This person wanted to kill him earlier. Wasn't it normal for him to retaliate? Could it be that this disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect was so superior that no one dared to retaliate when he killed someone? His head must have been kicked by a donkey. At this moment, the other 2 disciples of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect stopped their attacks as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. A mere enforcer, an ant, actually dared to hit a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect? They were still in a daze. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. It took a while for someone to react. "Oh my God, this awesome commander is really awesome. He even dares to hit a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Yeah, this is really beyond my expectations. He's way too gutsy." Gutsy but brainless. How is he going to deal with the aftermath? Lu Ming's actions caused a commotion as everyone was shocked. Previously, no one thought that Lu Ming would dare to make a move. But the truth was beyond their expectations. "Kid, you're courting death." At this moment, the other two disciples of the celestial martial sword sect finally reacted. One of them hollered as he became one with his sword. Turning into a sharp sword light, he charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming with a single slash. Bam! But what welcomed him was another kick from Lu Ming. This kick was the same as the previous one. It landed on the disciple's stomach. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The celestial martial sword sect disciple cried out in pain as he flew far away. He landed beside the previous disciple and fell flat on his face. Both of their postures were exactly the same. The crowd gasped. Lu Ming was truly audacious. If Lu Ming accidentally hit the disciple of the celestial martial sword sect because he was in a hurry to save someone, then this time, it was completely intentional. He wasn't afraid of the disciples of the celestial martial sword sect at all. Amongst the crowd, the enforcers who came with Lu Ming were all sweating profusely. They sighed in their hearts. They had messed up big time. The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too horrifying. With just a casual move, he had taken care of a fellow disciple who was about the same level as him. This made him not dare to make a move. "Kid, how dare you hit the genius of our celestial martial sword sect? You're dead. Not only you, but the forces behind you and your family are all dead. They're all going to be wiped out. Just you wait. A lowly enforcer. Just you wait." The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect shouted malevolently before turning around to leave. "Did I allow you to leave?" Lu Ming said indifferently. The disciple froze. Looking at Lu Ming, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" He was about to leave on his own accord, and Lu Ming still wanted to pursue the matter. "Nonsense. You want to leave after killing someone in my territory? Who do you think I am? What do you think the enforcers are?" Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. "You, don't come over. I'm telling you you're dead." The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect shouted. But when he saw Lu Ming approaching, he was so frightened that he couldn't even speak properly. Phew. Chapter 11:07. This kick was as fast as lightning. By the time the other party came to his senses, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He screamed and flew out, landing in a row with the previous two people. He was sprawled on the ground, looking like a dog eating feces. Bastard, you're dead meat." The elders of my celestial martial sword faction, as well as senior brothers Wu Changkong and Wu Tsang, are all here. They're not far from here. The news will spread out soon. A disciple of Tianwu sword sect yelled and threatened Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming strode over and stomped on the disciple's face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Qingkong, Wu Tsang, they're just two pieces of trash who were killed by Lu Xiaoqing in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. If it weren't for the life talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash. If Lu Xiaoqing can kill them, so can I. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of Tianwu sword sect. His cold voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was stunned. This awesome commander is too awesome. He's going to wait here for Wu Qingkong and Wu Tsang. Is he going to learn from Lu Xiaoqing and kill supreme talents? Lu Xiaoqing was a peerless supreme talent who was comparable to the five giants. How could a mere law enforcer compare to him? However, they couldn't help but admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming was going to step on the disciple's face and wait here. The other two disciples of the Tianwu sword sect lay on the ground, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that they would be trampled on. However, in their hearts, they hated Lu Ming to the core. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Tai Xing walked quietly to Lu Ming's side and said, "Commander, isn't this too much? What if the experts of Tianwu sword sect arrive? What's there to be afraid of? We're from the law enforcement hall. We're here to enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. This, Tai Xing and the others were speechless. They could only bite the bullet and wait with Lu Ming. News of what happened here spread like a whirlwind. What? Was there such a thing? There's actually such a powerful commander? Let's go take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then, they were extremely curious and wanted to go and take a look. Many disciples and geniuses from the Overlord factions were astonished when they heard the news. Over the years, the royal clan's power had been declining steadily. The law enforcement army was practically useless. The geniuses and disciples of the transcendent powers could do whatever they wanted in the Saint City. How would the law enforcement army dare to control them? They would rather curry favor with them. Now, there was actually someone who dared to beat up the Sky Martial Sword faction's genius. This piqued the curiosity of many, and they all rushed over to watch. In 8th Prince Xianxia's residence, Xianxia was drinking tea in the courtyard when Shi Zheng rushed in. "Guard Shi, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia asked. "8th Prince, it's about Ming Lu." Shi Zheng Dao. "Oh, is that blind guy dead yet? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive, right? Oomph. How dare you injure this prince? What a blind dog." Xianxia drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly, "He didn't die. The guy is really audacious. Huang Ke from the Huang family killed someone some time ago. He actually crippled Huang Ke's cultivation." Shi Zheng replied, Crippled Huang Ke's cultivation? Didn't the Huang family come and kill Ming Lu?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Of course they did. A spiritual god expert and an old monster with a perfected spirit embryo went. They even called the commander of the law enforcement army." Shi Zheng said, "Oh, if that's the case, then Ming Lu isn't dead yet?" Xianxia was curious. In his opinion, Ming Lu should have been slapped to death by the spiritual god of the Huang family. No, that Ming Lu's combat strength is amazing. He actually blocked the attack of the spiritual god and even used the carelessness of the Saint Emperor. Shi Zheng gave a brief account of what had happened the last time. Damn it, this Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation and even used the name of the royal clan. Oomph. He's lucky to have escaped this calamity. After listening, Xianxia's face turned ugly. He was very unhappy. Then his expression changed, and he said, "You said you rushed here because of Ming Lu. What happened to him?" Hee. This time he's dead for sure. He actually beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect. Shi Zheng told him about how Lu Ming beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect, and how he was waiting for the experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect. This Ming Lu is really audacious. Haha, let's see how he's going to die this time. Let's go. We can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia stood up excitedly and rushed over with Shi Zheng. In the northeast of the Saint City, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming stepped on the face of a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect and waited there quietly. In the sky, more and more people came and filled the sky. "Wuxia is here." A loud shout shook the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, two figures were walking in the air. One of them was the second-grade sky pride of the Sky Martial Sword sect, Wuxia. Behind Wuxia was Shi Fang. This stunned Lu Ming for a moment. Then, he realized that Shi Fang must have reported to Wuxia. In fact, that was the case. When Shi Fang heard that Lu Ming had beaten up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a sky pride like Wuxia, but he never had the chance. Now the chance had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wuxia's residence and passed the news to him. As expected, Wuxia was enraged and rushed over. Wuxia's footsteps were slow. Every step he took caused the sky to buzz and tremble. It seemed like it couldn't withstand Wuxia's anger. Wuxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a cold voice, "Trash of the law enforcement hall, how dare you beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect?" "Good. Very good. Just you? Where's Wu Qiangkong? I heard that you and your fellow disciples were beaten up badly by Lu Shaoqing. Today, I'll learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat all of you up. Unfortunately, it's just you." Lu Ming glanced at Wu Cang casually and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. Isn't this commander a little too arrogant? Wu Cang alone isn't enough. He wants to beat up Wu Changkong and Wu Tsang like Liu Shaoqing. Who does he think he is? Wu Tsang was a second-grade sky pride. He was famous in the world and had reached the spiritual god realm. A sky pride like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary spiritual god. Lu Ming was able to block a blow from the Huang clan's spiritual god. Does he really think he can compete with such a sky pride? He's too naive. Many people shook their heads. They thought that this awesome commander was dead meat today. Tai Xing and the others had ugly expressions. They didn't dare to say a word. They just stood behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. They had no choice. In such a situation, they could only hold on. Ha, let's see how you're going to beat me up then. Wu Tsang laughed in anger and took a step forward. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. Sword chi surged into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. A terrifying light was emitted from Wu Tsang's body. Every ray of light was like a sword chi. Chapter 1108. Those who had never seen a second-grade genius in action were shocked. Is this the strength of a second-grade genius? His aura was too terrifying. Many people retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by Wu Tsang's sword. When such a genius attacked, his aura alone could kill an expert of the same level. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wu Tsang's aura, many people sighed. Wu Tsang was so strong. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die! Wu Tsang shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword, bursting with light, forming a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Lu Ming. As the sword light slashed through, even the space was torn apart, revealing a dark and terrifying space crack. This is not good. Dodge! Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. In the face of such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. Only death awaited them. They screamed and wanted to retreat, but they realized that their bodies were shrouded by a terrifying sword aura, making it hard for them to move. It's over. We're finally killed by this unreliable commander. Tai Xing and the rest had this thought flashing through their minds. But at this moment, they saw a long spear condensing in Lu Ming's hand. As the long spear shook, it buzzed, and even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the rest realized that the sword aura that shrouded them had disappeared and they had regained their freedom. Whoosh! Then, they saw Lu Ming holding the long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the water. Wherever the long spear passed, ripples would appear in the space, and these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang! The long spear and the sword light collided. There was only a slight sound, and Wu Tsang's sword light was destroyed. He blocked it. Tai Xing and the rest were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This badass commander could actually block Wu Tsang's move? Since when was a commander of the law enforcement army so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through the minds of the crowd. Wu Tsang was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that a lowly commander of the law enforcement army could block his attack. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it still made him feel embarrassed. Who was he? He was a famous second-class genius in the Central Continent, second only to the 5 young giants. How could he not take down a commander of the law enforcement army with one move? This made him burst out with even stronger killing intent, a blazing killing intent. Good, very good. So you do have some ability. But today, your fate has already been decided. Wu Tsang coldly shouted as the sword qi around his body became even hotter. His Zhen Yuan continued to pour out before finally transforming into a sword qi that was several times more powerful than before, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still casually swept out with a spear, dispersing Wu Tsang's sword energy, turning it into nothingness. Show me what you've got, or else it's not enough. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tsang. Damn it! Wu Tsang shouted angrily as he unsheathed his sword. A shocking sword light shone as if it was going to split the heaven and earth apart. Kill! Wu Tsang held the battle sword in his hand. His power was incomparably terrifying. When the battle sword slashed out, the space shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wuxia is angry. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. Many people cried out as they frantically retreated again. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the spear in one hand as the long spear in his hand slashed out violently. It became 1,000 meters long and swept out in a barbaric manner. With a bang, Wuxia's sword chi shattered once again. However, this time, Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press towards Wuxia. Impossible! Wuxia shouted in disbelief. He had already used a divine-level martial skill in the previous move, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What was most unbearable for him was that Lu Ming's spear swept towards him, giving him a strong sense of crisis. How could a mere enforcer, an ant-like thing, have such a powerful expert? Erupt, erupt! Wuxia roared in his heart as he unleashed his divine-level bloodline. He executed the bloodline fusion and turned it into a battle sword with shocking sword chi. Suppress. Lu Ming stepped into the air. The long spear contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. The spear changed its momentum and smashed towards Wuxia. Clang! The long spear clashed with the battle sword that Wuxia had transformed into. The attack from the battle sword was instantly defeated. The battle sword trembled violently before exploding with a bang. The battle sword exploded, revealing Wuxia's original body. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the surroundings, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Wuxia was defeated. Wuxia was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was this still the commander of the Enforcer army? How could he be so powerful? Those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues and stared with their eyes wide open. It was simply too unbelievable. As for Shi Fang, he thought that he was dreaming. Wasn't Ming Lu only at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of Black Spear sect? How could he be so strong? His body started to tremble slightly due to disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the rest, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect were also petrified as they stared blankly at the sky. How weak! I thought a second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect would be strong. Lu Ming curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Wuxia was infuriated. He was so angry that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past, he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In Celestial Martial Sword Sect, only Wu Qiankong could suppress him. Even in the Battle of Destiny, he didn't lose too badly. But recently, he was killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If it weren't for the life talisman, he probably wouldn't have survived. Now, he was defeated by a mere commander of the Enforcer army. This was a great humiliation. From now on, his name, Wuxia, will become a laughingstock. How could he not be angry and resentful? If he knew that Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the Enforcer army in front of him were the same person, how would he feel? Bastard, just you wait. You're dead for sure. Wuxia roared and retreated quickly, planning to retreat first. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Why don't you lie down with your junior brothers? Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a flash of light. He dashed to Wuxia in a few moves. How dare you? Wuxia roared. Lu Ming wanted to suppress him and make him lie there with the other disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect. How dare he? He was the second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect. He was completely different from the other prodigies. Suppress. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stepped in the air, and the power of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps was unleashed. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wuxia. Bam! 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 Chapter 11:09. Bam! Lu Ming's body fell and stepped on Wuxia's body once again. Wuxia shrieked in pain as his cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming. He could not muster any strength at all. The crowd gasped. The disciplinary army commander was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wuxia. How overbearing! Lu Ming grabbed Wu Cong and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Tianwu sword sect to lie on the ground. The 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples looked at each other before looking at Wu Cong with an interesting expression. Initially, they had been suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating feces. They felt extremely humiliated. However, at the sight of Wu Cong lying on the ground, they suddenly felt much better. Even a genius like Wu Cong was suppressed and forced to lie there. It made sense that they were forced to lie there as well. Wu Cong howled like a wild beast. He was furious, especially when he saw the strange looks from the crowd. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, it was just a thought. How could he bear to die? He had a bright future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at a person in the air not far away. That person was Shifeng. When he saw that even Wu Cong was suppressed, he almost peed in his pants. Just as he was about to sneak away, Lu Ming saw him. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Ming Lu, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? As an Imperial Dragon Guard, you actually brought people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect to deal with the disciplinary hall. You colluded with the enemy. What do you think I'm trying to do?" Lu Ming sneered. His true energy erupted and he grabbed at Shifeng. Shifeng turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. He couldn't move at all. In the next moment, a force pulled him down, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Oh no!" he screamed. Bam! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stepped on Shifeng's dantian. Shifeng's entire body arched like a big prawn. He then let out a heart-wrenching scream. "My cultivation base! My cultivation base! You've crippled my cultivation base!" Shifeng let out a roar of despair. The spirit embryo in his dantian had been crushed by Lu Ming. "Crippling your cultivation is your punishment." Scram! After saying that, he kicked out. Shifeng was kicked away like a rubber ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. It was unknown how far he flew. As for whether he would fall to his death, Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. "All right, the harvest is not bad. What are you guys waiting for? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall." Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the others and said, Bring him back to the law enforcement hall?" Tai Xing and the others looked at each other with unsightly expressions. "Nonsense. Only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Celestial Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest, just because you let them go? Don't just stand there. Bring them away." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed Wu Cong and flew toward the Hall of Justice. Helpless, Tai Xing and the others could only lead the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction to follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a show to watch. This matter will definitely provoke the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Let's go take a look. This commander is indeed impressive. However, with the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction taking action, let's see how he's going to deal with this. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the crowd. They followed Lu Ming from afar and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Moreover, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, Xianxia and Shi Zheng rushed over. When they heard that Wu Cong was suppressed by Lu Ming, both of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. They were confident that Lu Ming would be beaten half to death by Wu Cong or even killed on spot. However, the outcome was the complete opposite of what they expected. Let's go to the law enforcement hall. Xianxia brought Shi Zheng and rushed to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming brought Wu Cong and the others back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining members of the law enforcement army were stunned, following which their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword faction and even Wu Cong. This was going to break the heavens. If the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction were to go berserk, how would they deal with it? We are the law enforcement army. We enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What are you afraid of? Follow my instructions and get to work, Lu Ming shouted. He then gave Tai Xing and the others some instructions. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Cong and the others on the ground and lined them up in a row. He took out a wooden armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people. As time passed, more and more people arrived. This was different from the previous incident against the Huang family. This time, it was against the celestial martial sword faction. Moreover, the suppression of a second-grade genius had caused a huge commotion. Many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xianxia and Shi Zheng had arrived. There were even second-grade geniuses from other overlords. The crowd saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xian, and Sandalwood Fairy. There were also Sanguinarum, Ian Bupo, and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. These geniuses were shocked when they saw Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wuxia was as famous as them. However, this ordinary-looking law enforcement army commander was so powerful that he could suppress Wuxia. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty indeed has a strong foundation. To think that they would have such a powerful law enforcement army commander. Some of them thought to themselves. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The crowd felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. There was a terrifying roar from the aura. Under the pressure, the crowd opened up a path for 3 old men to step through the air with gloomy faces. The 3 old men were dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. There seemed to be endless sword chi roaring around their bodies. Just their aura alone was shocking. They're here. The crowd was shocked. The elders of the celestial martial sword faction were here. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 experts of the celestial martial sword faction stepped through the air and stopped above the law enforcement hall. Bastard, you're finished. You're dead. Huh, you're dead. When Wuxia saw the arrival of the 3 old men, he yelled out in joy. Bam! Lu Ming stood up and stepped on Wuxia's face, causing his face to fall heavily onto the ground. Wuxia took a mouthful of mud and struggled wildly. He was so frustrated that he was about to explode. The crowd was shocked as well. Lu Ming dared to do such a thing in the face of 3 elders of the celestial martial sword faction. He was simply lawless. The gazes of the 3 elders were as sharp as swords, landing on Lu Ming. How dare you? One of the old men bellowed. His eyes were extremely sinister as he scolded, Kid, do you know who you have taken down? Aren't they just a few trash from the celestial martial sword faction? Why? Do you think that you're proud of raising a few trash? Lu Ming curled his lips and said casually. Chapter 11:10. How presumptuous! How bold! You deserve to die. The 3 old men of the Tianwu sword sect yelled with cold gazes. Their bodies were engulfed in powerful sword intents. Ha ha, you asked for it. That despicable son of a bitch is dead for sure. The 8th Prince Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. Kid, you should commit suicide. Everyone in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide as well. Then, I'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, not only you, but your families and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment. The old man who spoke first continued to speak. His tone was filled with an air of superiority and indisputability. His gaze swept across Tai Xing and the others, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming burst out laughing all of a sudden and stomped his foot on Wuxia's face, causing him to cry out in agony. His lips curled upward as he stared coldly at the old men of the Tianwu sword sect and said, Punish? Let this matter rest? What a joke! What right do you have to punish us? We are the ones who should be punished. The disciples of the Tianwu sword sect have killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the disciplinary army, are enforcing the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. However, the Tianwu sword sect dares to attack the disciplinary hall openly. Are you looking down on the royal family? Are you looking down on the sacred emperor? Do you really think there's no one in the royal family? The old men of the Tianwu sword sect were enraged after hearing the words. They stared at Wuxia, who was still under Lu Ming's foot, with an unpleasant expression. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sacred emperor to pressure them. Even if they did not care about the royal family and the sacred emperor, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient sage dynasty was still the ruler of the world. Furthermore, they were currently in the sacred city, which was the core territory of the ancient sage dynasty. No matter how arrogant the Tianwu sword sect was, they would still be intimidated. "Kid, what will it take for you to let them go?" The old man who had spoken first said coldly as he glanced at Wuxia and the others. Wuxia was a second-grade genius who had a chance to become a martial emperor. They could not afford to lose him, thus they decided to save Wuxia first. "Let them go?" "Sure, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished." "How about this? You can pay the ransom. 500,000 primordial stones for the 3 trashes." "Wuxia, 2 million, or as it is," Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the whole place exploded. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. To think that this puny commander of the law enforcement army would dare to extort a powerful being of the Sky Martial Sword sect. He was truly blinded by greed. The 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect were seething with anger as their eyes turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a daring person. To think that he would dare to extort them, the Sky Martial Sword sect. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The old man who spoke first was enraged. He couldn't bear it any longer and let out a long roar. A terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. 4th-level spirit god. This old man was a 4th-level spirit god expert, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than Wuxia. Lu Ming's glabella glowed as a small red pagoda appeared and rapidly expanded. This small pagoda was the Emperor's spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Sacred Mansion Mystic Realm. After so many days of refining, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the Emperor's spirit weapon in the small pagoda was also completely restrained. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. After all, there were countless pagoda-shaped spiritual weapons in the world. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of being recognized as long as he withdrew his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the body of the pagoda and smashed it towards the sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light was shattered. Lu Ming's body didn't move at all. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true essence. "I really can't bring out much of its power," Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had used up a large amount of true essence in the previous attack. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon. It was normal that he couldn't bring out its power. As he muttered to himself, he put the small pagoda away. He wasn't satisfied, but the others were already stunned. Lu Ming could actually block the attack of a 4th-level spirit god expert. He was too strong. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in the eyes of the crowd. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he displayed would exceed their imagination. "You're just a law enforcer. Your treasure is good, but let's see how many of my moves you can take with just your treasure." The elder from the Sky Martial Sword sect shouted angrily. His aura became even more shocking. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters high, and the sword's power was vast and terrifying. "If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll take me for a sick cat." "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. A long spear condensed in his hand, and he pierced it toward the Sky Martial Sword sect disciple. Puff! The Sky Martial Sword sect disciple screamed miserably as he was nailed to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming used a thunderous method to tell them not to think that he didn't dare to kill. "Give me the Origin Stone as a ransom. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you." Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to extort a sum of money. Purely absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth for cultivation was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was only at the mid-second level of the spirit god realm. If he could devour a large number of primordial stones, his cultivation level would improve rapidly. However, he lacked resources now. There was still half a month before the million-year national sacrificial ceremony began. The competition set by the Sacred Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sacred Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur were in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak 2nd level spirit god level. Now that some time had passed, it was very likely that they had made a breakthrough. If a genius like Yang Patian had reached the 3rd level spirit god level, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such geniuses in the Central Continent and Nanming. It wouldn't be easy for the geniuses of the Western Desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 3rd level spirit god level, he would have full confidence. How dare you, bastard, you're courting death. Kill. Lu Ming's killing of a Sky Martial Sword Sect disciple completely enraged the 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Terrifying auras erupted, and sword chi soared into the sky. Their killing intent was incomparably cold, as if winter had arrived. Especially the auras of the other 2 elders. They were even more terrifying than the one who attacked before. That definitely surpassed the 4th level spirit god level. Such experts wanted to join forces, and their momentum was too shocking. The law enforcement flag, please, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. Within the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing rushed out with a large flag. Lu Ming took it and stabbed it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. It was incomparably sharp and looked like a real saber and sword. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. It was obvious that it hadn't been used for a long time. Chapter 11:11. It's the law enforcement flag. The law enforcement flag that rules the world. The law enforcement flag that was created by the ancient Saint Emperor. Discussions broke out in the crowd, as many of them had serious looks in their eyes. The law enforcement flag was created by the ancient Saint Emperor when he created the law enforcement army. It was used to rule the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, everyone would tremble in fear. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened and the law enforcement army was useless. Since then, the law enforcement flag had lost its deterrence. It had been many years since anyone took out the law enforcement flag. However, the moment the law enforcement flag was taken out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? How naive. You must die today. An old man yelled out as he took a step forward. With every step he took, sword chi would spread out, slicing apart the void one after another. This was an existence that surpassed the 4th level of the spirit god realm. In fact, it was even higher than the 5th level. He was too strong. How dare you? The law enforcement flag is here. We are the law enforcement army. By raising the law enforcement flag, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the ancient Saint Emperor. You people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect have no respect for the royal family and the ancient Saint Emperor. Are you people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect trying to rebel and destroy the Xie family and replace them? Lu Ming stood straight and pointed his spear at Wu Cang's back as he shouted. His words swept through the crowd like a storm. The 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword Sect looked terrible and solemn. Lu Ming's accusation was too big. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the Xie family. Although the Sky Martial Sword Sect really had such thoughts, how could they say it out loud? Moreover, the Sky Martial Sword Sect didn't have the strength to do so now. The Sky Martial Sword Sect has wild ambitions. You look down on the royal family and the royal power. Today, the 8th prince is here. Are you going to rebel in front of the 8th prince and look down on the royal power and the Xie family? How can the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his words, Lu Ming looked at Xie Zhen. Lu Ming had noticed Xie Zhen a long time ago. Everyone else also turned their gazes to the eighth prince. Xianxia's face fell as he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the banner. The banner had been created by the ancient sage emperor. His ancestor had represented the face of the Xie clan. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, acting on behalf of the sage emperor. If the Celestial Martial Sword sect wanted to make a move against Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming, it would be the same as slapping the Xie clan's face. In this sort of situation, Lu Ming had once again dragged him into the water. If Xianxia didn't do anything, and word of this reached the ears of the other members of the Xie clan, or even the Sage Emperor, he would have to bear the consequences. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes at the moment, and they weren't very harmonious. They were fighting openly and covertly. If he didn't handle it well today and cause the Imperial Xie family to lose face, there was no guarantee that the other princes would use this point to attack him. Thinking of this, Xianxia gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. Eighth prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. You're right. In the end, Xianxia gritted his teeth and stepped down from the air to stand beside Lu Ming. He faced the three elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect and said unwillingly, "The three of you, Commander Ming Lu, is right." This time, the Celestial Martial Sword sect's disciple committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle this impartially to protect the Imperial clan's face. After saying that, Xianxia felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He felt so sullen, so sullen. What was his goal in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend these major powers and then be slapped to death by them? But now, he had achieved the early results, but the later results were completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not slapped to death, in the end, he had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What kind of situation was this? He felt so sullen. He hated Lu Ming so much that he almost broke his teeth. The eighth prince is right. As expected of the Imperial clan's outstanding talent. You three old men, if you want to kill me today, you'll have to step over the eighth prince's dead body first. Come on. If you have the ability, come on. Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by stepping over the eighth prince's dead body to kill him? Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he couldn't back down now. He could only glare at the three elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect while gnashing his teeth. In the eyes of others, Xianxia had a strong sense of righteousness and wasn't afraid in the face of danger. However, they didn't know that it was because he was angered by Lu Ming. The three elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions. The eighth prince, Xianxia, wasn't Lu Ming. If they killed him, then so be it. Xianxia was the son of the Sage Emperor, and they were in the Holy City. If they dared to kill Xianxia in front of everyone, they would definitely incur the wrath of the Imperial clan Xie family. They wouldn't be able to leave the Holy City. Among the crowd, there were many members of the law enforcement army who came from the other law enforcement halls to watch the show. They felt their blood boiling, and their hearts were filled with joy. All these years, the members of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and sullen. Their lives were worse than dogs. When the people from the major factions committed crimes, they had to take out origin stones and treasures to ask the other party to apologize. How are they going to live their lives? Now that they saw this scene, they felt a sense of exaltation. It felt too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag. The current Sage Emperor is enforcing the law. A burly man shouted and stepped out. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcer from the law enforcement hall stood beside Lu Ming, holding the law enforcement flag in his hand and inserting it beside Lu Ming's law enforcement flag. Law enforcement army. Enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. All of them were from another law enforcement hall. There were more than 100 of them. Ah, that's right. Law Enforcement Army. Enforce the law on behalf of the current Sage Emperor. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared and was placed in a row with the first two. I'm here to enforce the law on behalf of the current Sage Emperor. With loud roars, law enforcement army members appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were placed in a row. In the end, a total of 9 law enforcement flags were placed in a row, fluttering in the wind. Law enforcement hall members from all over the Holy City had arrived. They took out their law enforcement flags and were ready to fight alongside Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xianxia, glaring angrily at the 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect. Usually, they would swallow their anger and suffer in silence. But today, they were ready to go all out. The surrounding crowd looked at the scene in shock. 9 law enforcement flags were out. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Today, it happened again because of Lu Ming. Now, what would the Sky Martial Sword sect do? Damn it, Xianxia roared in his heart. But in this situation, he could only hold on. Chapter 11:12. They could neither advance nor retreat. If they advanced, they would offend the ancient Saint dynasty. If they retreated, they would lose all their dignity. They looked coldly at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. It was all because of Lu Ming that such a situation had occurred. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, a ray of golden light appeared from afar and shot towards them. It was so fast that many people could not react to it. Before they could react, the ray of golden light had already appeared in front of them. A dignified, middle-aged man appeared in the air with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, a golden crown, and a pair of golden boots. He exuded a majestic aura that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if they were facing a human king who was inspecting the world. "Royal Uncle!" Xianxia exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged man. Everyone was shocked. If Xianxia called him Royal Uncle, he must be the younger brother of the current Sacred Emperor. An important figure from the Imperial Xie family had appeared. As expected, it has appeared. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Today's matter had blown up. Lu Ming was certain that the Xie family of the royal family would definitely send someone to protect the dignity of the royal family. After all, although the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, it was still the strongest force in the central continent. Xianxia's royal uncle looked at Xianxia and nodded. "You are not bad." He then looked at the 3 elders of the celestial martial sword faction and said, "There are rules in the holy city. You are not allowed to kill innocent people in the holy city. If you have a grudge, you can fight on the battle stage. No one cares about your life or death. However, killing innocent people in the holy city is an act of disrespect to the ancient Saint dynasty. The law enforcement army should enforce the law. You are guilty." Xianxia's royal uncle's voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was shocked. Then they realized what was going on. The ancient Saint dynasty was nearing the end of 1,000,000 years, and things had gotten out of hand. The Imperial Xie clan had to protect the dignity of the Imperial clan. If they were to compromise in front of the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Imperial clan would lose even more of their dignity in the future. If today's matter hadn't been blown out of proportion and the Celestial Martial Sword sect's expert had slapped Lu Ming to death, everything would have been over. But now that things had gotten out of hand, the Imperial Xie clan had no choice but to support the law enforcement army. The 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. They were well aware of this fact. Then what do we have to do to let him go? The 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect exchanged glances. One of them spoke up, clearly admitting defeat. The law enforcement army naturally has its own rules. You can discuss with the commander of the law enforcement army about what to do. The middle-aged uncle said, "I've already stated my conditions. Just do as I said. If you're guilty, you should be punished." Lu Ming squinted his eyes and chuckled. The 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had gloomy expressions. After pondering for a while, one of the elders took out a storage ring and waved it a few times before tossing it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face darkened as he said, "Why are there less than 500,000? Don't you want this guy anymore?" Lu Ming pointed at the disciple of the sky martial sword sect that he had killed. "You've already killed him. Do you still want to keep him?" One of the elders of the sky martial sword sect asked. "A corpse is still a person. If you don't want his corpse, I'll throw it out to feed the dogs." Lu Ming said indifferently. The elder of the sky martial sword sect was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ming looked at him indifferently without any fear. In the end, the sky martial sword sect had no choice but to give in. For the sake of their reputation, they could only take out another 500,000 origin stones. "Trash. Take them away." Lu Ming waved his hand, and Wuxia and the other 3 disciples of the sky martial sword sect flew into the sky. An elder waved his hand and caught them. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "You are good. Very good. I hope you can stay in the sacred city and the enforcer army forever." After saying that, he snorted and turned into 3 sword lights, disappearing from the place. Huff, huff. The crowd of onlookers let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. This matter had actually ended just like that. The elder of the sky martial sword sect had charged in aggressively, but in the end, he left behind a few million origin stones and left with his tail between his legs. Before this, no one had expected such an outcome. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming, this awesome commander. Before this, no one would pay attention to a mere commander of the enforcer army. However, he had attracted everyone's attention now. First, he suppressed Wuxia with his powerful combat strength. Then, he blocked the attack of a level 4 spirit god expert. Although Lu Ming used a treasure, it still proved his powerful combat strength. However, what was more important was his courage and wisdom. He dared to face the Elder of the Sky martial sword sect alone, and was good at borrowing the power of the Imperial Xie family. He even borrowed the power of the ancient Saint Emperor who created the Enforcer army to force the Elder of the Sky martial sword sect to retreat with his tail between his legs. It was hard to believe that all of this was done by this bearded man. With such means, if this person was 10 years younger, he would be able to compete with all the heroes in the world. "Jenner, let's go." In the sky, the middle-aged imperial uncle glanced at Xianxia before looking at Lu Ming. "What's your name?" the middle-aged imperial uncle asked. "Ming Lu." Lu Ming replied in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. "Ming Lu? Good. You are very good." The middle-aged imperial uncle said a few words before waving his hand and leaving. "He has ill intentions towards me?" Lu Ming looked at the sky and pondered. Lu Ming didn't feel any kindness from the middle-aged imperial uncle. Instead, he felt ill intentions. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming revealed a cold smile on his face. He could roughly guess why the middle-aged imperial uncle had ill intentions towards him. Now, the ancient Saint dynasty wanted to form an alliance with some overlord forces to increase their strength. However, although Lu Ming seemed to have defended the dignity of the imperial family, he had also offended the Sky martial sword sect. Moreover, he had forced the imperial family to offend the Sky martial sword sect. It would be harder for the imperial family to form a good relationship with the Sky martial sword sect in the future. The middle-aged imperial uncle naturally didn't have a good impression of Lu Ming. In his heart, he probably wanted to slap Lu Ming to death for being a busybody. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't mind. After all, he had infiltrated the Imperial Dragon Guards and then the Enforcers because he wanted to use this identity to investigate Xianxia's whereabouts. When he found Xianxia in the future, he would just leave. Who will be able to find him? Mighty. The commander is mighty. At this moment, the Enforcers were the most excited. They were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had eaten a chilled watermelon during the hottest days of the year. They had been sullen all this time. However, today, they could finally hold their heads high. Even an overlord force like the Sky martial sword sect had admitted defeat before the Enforcers, paid a large amount of origin stones, and left with their tails between their legs. This kind of satisfaction was brought about by a sudden outburst after a long period of sullenness. It was better than anything else. Chapter 11:13. Commander is invincible. Commander is mighty. Commander Ming is mighty. At first, it was Tai Xing and the others who were shouting. Later on, the other enforcers from the disciplinary hall also shouted. Lu Ming raised his hands, and the crowd quietened down. Brothers of the enforcers, I'm grateful for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The 9 enforcers' flags were also a form of deterrence. Commander Ming, you're too courteous. It's because of you that our enforcers can hold our heads high and let out the frustration in our hearts. We should be the ones thanking you. That's right. We should be thanking you. The others spoke one after another. Everyone, you're too courteous. Since you're all here today, I'll treat everyone today. Let's have a good time. Tai Xing, bring some of your brothers and buy some food. Lu Ming took out some origin stones and handed them to Tai Xing. All right. Tai Xing took the origin stones and brought a few of his men out in a hurry. At the same time, the crowd in the sky also dispersed one by one. Soon, everyone had left. However, the news of what had happened that day spread like wildfire. This time, it was different from the incident with the Huang family. The previous incident with the Huang family only attracted the attention of a small number of people and became the topic of gossip. This time, it was against the overlord force, the Sky Martial Sword sect. Naturally, it caused a stir. As for the awesome Commander Ming Lu, his reputation soared. Some people even called him the most awesome enforcer's commander in the past 30,000 years. Soon, Tai Xing bought a large amount of food and wine. In the disciplinary hall, a banquet was held. There were more than 1,000 enforcers drinking and chatting in the disciplinary hall. It was late at night before they dispersed. Tai Xing, here are 500,000 origin stones. Take them and share them with your brothers. After the other enforcers left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Tai Xing. Commander, this won't do. You risked your life to get these. We didn't contribute anything. Tai Xing waved his hands. The others shook their heads. Although they were poor, they still had their principles. Take it. If it weren't for you guys supporting me from behind, why would the Celestial Martial Sword faction be afraid of us? Take it and divide it. Lu Ming handed the storage ring to Tai Xing, then returned to his room alone. After closing the door, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared before him, a total of 3 million. It's time to break through to the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. With a thought, Xianxia summoned the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Opening his mouth, he swallowed 100,000 ores and began assimilating them. As the primordial stone continued to be refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. From the late 2nd level of the Spirit God Realm to the peak 2nd level of the Spirit God Realm, he started to break through to the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. 3 days passed in a flash. After Xiao Chen refined 3 million primal stones, the quintessence in Lu Ming's body surged endlessly. It was like countless true dragons roaring in Lu Ming's body. After a while, it slowly calmed down. I've finally reached the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. However, I've used up all 3 million origin stones. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. The consumption was huge, but the gains were huge as well. In a short 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation advanced from the middle stage of the 2nd level of the Spirit God Realm to the early stage of the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. Lu Ming's combat prowess soared once again. Lu Ming was very confident about the competition that would take place in more than 10 days. Almost 2 years have passed since Martial Monarch D.E. sealed the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect can only last for 5 years. There's still a little more than 3 years left. At that time, will I be able to deal with D.E.? Lu Ming could not help but think of the Talisman Puppet Sect. When he thought of this, he felt a lot of pressure. It was too difficult to reach the level where he could deal with DE in the remaining 3 years. Based on Lu Ming's current progress, it was almost impossible. Lu Ming shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He could only push forward and do his best. Lu Ming stretched his back. His bones vibrated and crackling sounds came from his body. He stood up and walked out. In the following days, Lu Ming regained his calm. Apart from cultivating every day, he would walk around the holy city. Ever since the incident at the Tianwu Sword sect, the disciples of the various overlords became much more well-behaved in the holy city. Especially in the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, they did not dare to attack others for no reason. Even if there was a grudge, they would fight it out on the platform. Lu Ming's days were leisurely and carefree. Soon, 10 days passed. The day of the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony was approaching. During this period, the holy city was unusually lively. Lu Ming could see experts from various places as he walked on the streets. The Northern Plains martial artists were all tall and sturdy. Even the women were mostly tall. The weapons they used were either spiked maces, giant hammers, or giant axes. They were all heavy weapons, and their auras were wild. They rode on all sorts of mounts, making them easy to recognize. There were also some martial artists who had a gloomy aura. They were either filled with ghost chi or blood chi. Everyone who passed by them gave off a cold feeling. They were all martial artists from the southern underworld. There were also some monks with bright heads wearing kasayas. Naturally, they were holy monks from the western desert. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not see many people from the eastern wilderness. On this day, the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony finally began. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound in the sky. There was a strong fluctuation. Lu Ming, Tai Xing, and the others walked out of the law enforcement hall and flew into the sky to watch. They saw that the sky above the holy city was filled with colorful clouds and heavenly music. The space was constantly distorted in the light. Rumble. Finally, a huge platform appeared in the sky. The platform was neither made of gold nor jade. It was filled with colorful lights. There were dragons and phoenixes flying in the sky. There was also a Qilin walking around. Of course, it was not real. It was formed by a formation. Then, tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides of the platform. The tables and chairs were made of fine jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on them. They were extremely luxurious. There were many of them. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them. All of them were suspended in the air above the holy city. When the tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides, a jade staircase appeared in the north. There were 99 steps. At the end of the staircase, a huge ancient altar appeared. The altar was ancient and heavy, as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of time. It was 10,000 meters tall and disappeared into the clouds. The Holy Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came out from the palace. The voice rolled and spread throughout the entire holy city in an instant. In the palace, heavenly music sounded. Holy light filled the air and shot up into the sky. Then, a group of people stepped into the air. The person at the front was wearing a golden robe embroidered with a picture of the human king patrolling the world. He looked to be in his 50s. He was tall and sturdy. His body was filled with holy light. There were stars shining in his eyes. He was filled with endless majesty. Chapter 11:14. Beside Xianxia, there were 2 old men with white hair. They looked ordinary, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Lu Ming had seen this aura more than once. The aura of an emperor. The 2 elders beside Xianxia were also sovereigns. In this way, including Xianxia, the imperial Xie family had 3 sovereigns at once, which was really terrifying. That was just on the surface. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no emperors in the imperial family. There was a rumor that the previous emperor of the ancient Saint Dynasty might still be alive. The ancient Saint Dynasty was indeed an ancient force that had been passed down for millions of years. Even though it had weakened, It had a strong foundation and was not something that an ordinary overlord force could compare with. Behind Xianxia and the two old men, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them had the looks of dragons and phoenixes. The older ones were middle-aged, while the youngest ones looked like they were in their 20s. There were a total of 15 people, and they were the children of the current emperor. They were the princes and princesses of the ancient Saint dynasty. Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In the crowd, he saw a woman who looked extremely similar to Xianxia. However, compared to Xianxia, she was even colder and more holy. She was like an inviolable goddess who stood high above the masses, looking down on them. Besides Xianxia, there was another lady who was in her 20s. She was in her prime, and she was extremely beautiful. Although the lady did not look like Xianxia and Xianxia, she was still a rare beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That lady must be the other princess, Xianxia. However, he did not see Xianxia. They did not even let Xiaoqing appear on such an important day. They really don't treat Xiaoqing as their own child. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He also saw Xiezhen and the 10th prince, Xieyan. Lu Ming had never seen the other princes before. Behind the princes and princesses, there were some concubines, nobles, ministers, and some experts of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were more than 1,000 people who stepped out and landed on the platform in the air. The arrival of the sage emperor. Please take your seats. It was that same voice again. It spread through the entire holy city. The person who transmitted the voice was definitely a Zun cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh rang out. Is Yinyang Palace the first to arrive? A burly, white-haired old man wearing a long robe with the pattern of the Yinyang fish on it arrived in the air with a group of people. This old man's aura was terrifying and shocking, suppressing the heaven and earth. An emperor. This was another emperor. The Yinyang emperor of the Yinyang Palace, and his disciples have arrived. That voice resounded throughout the holy city. I wonder how many big shots will come today. Beside Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the others were already so excited that their eyes were shining. The Yinyang Palace was also an overlord force in the central continent. It was extremely powerful and was no weaker than the Sky Martial Sword sect. Brother Yinyang, please have a seat. Xiaqiqian raised his hand. Thank you, brother. The Yinyang Divine Emperor cupped his fists and led the experts of the Yinyang Palace to a nearby table. The Demon Emperor of Mount Tianyao has arrived. Immediately, another big force arrived. It was the overlord force of the central continent. Mount Tianyao was very similar to the Myriad Demon Valley in the eastern wilderness. They were both gathering places for demonic beasts and were led by a demon emperor. Wuxia Martial Emperor of Mount Xiankong and his disciples have arrived. Cold Blood Hall, Heavenly Sun Palace. Next, many overlords of the central continent arrived one after another. Moreover, each overlord force was led by an emperor. Soon, more than a dozen emperors appeared on both sides of the platform in the sky. In the holy city, countless people's eyes lit up as they looked at this scene in shock. More than a dozen emperors gathered together. This lineup was too shocking and terrifying. It was so rare that it would not happen even once in many years. Perhaps many emperors had gathered in the ancient city of fate in the last battle of fate, but that was in the ancient city of fate. Ordinary people could not see it all. But now, more than a dozen emperors were in full view of the public. As for the supremes, there were even more, but they were completely overshadowed by the emperors. More than a dozen emperors. What kind of power was this? If they joined forces, they could really destroy the world. Baijian Martial Emperor of the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army has arrived. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and the crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. There, a middle-aged man in black armor walked over. Behind him, a group of people followed. Everyone was wearing armor, and their auras were wild, and their fighting spirit was soaring. Everyone was filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. The Heaven-Guarding Divine Army is here. Someone sucked in a breath of air and whispered among themselves. In the central continent, if there was a force that was not weaker than the ancient Saint dynasty, it would be the heaven-guarding divine army. If there was a force that hated the ancient Saint dynasty the most, it would be the heaven-guarding divine army. The heaven-guarding divine army was originally the strongest army of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were many experts in it, and they were invincible. Back then, they had helped the ancient Saint dynasty suppress the world, and everyone feared them. They were known as the heaven-guarding divine army. However, in the war 30,000 years ago, the heaven-guarding divine army chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, the heaven-guarding divine army caused the imperial Xie family to suffer heavy losses. The heaven-guarding divine army then announced that they would leave the Xie family and dominate the world. Some people said that if the heaven-guarding divine army had participated in that war, the imperial Xie family would not have suffered such heavy losses. They would not have been unable to control the world, and the current situation in the central continent would not have happened. Therefore, the imperial Xie family viewed the heaven-guarding divine army as a traitor and an enemy. In the past 30,000 years, the two sides had fought many terrifying battles. However, the two sides were on par with each other in terms of strength. They had suffered losses, and neither side could do anything to the other. Yang Patian, one of the 5 great youths, was from the heaven-guarding divine army. Originally, some people thought that the heaven-guarding divine army would not come today. However, they did not expect the heaven-guarding divine army to be here. Moreover, the heaven-guarding divine army was leading the team. Xie Tian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the heaven-guarding divine army. He said, "Today, everyone is a guest. Please take a seat." "You're welcome," the heaven-guarding divine army said casually as he led the team to a seat at the side. The third underworld emperor of the south has arrived. The western desert's Wu Mie Buddha emperor has arrived. The northern plains experts have arrived. The supremes of the eastern wilderness Heavenly Deity Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley have arrived. Following that, announcements were made one after another. In the south, an underworld emperor of the south had arrived. Ghostly Chi filled the sky as he led a group of experts. In the west, an old monk had a benevolent smile on his face. He wore a simple kasaya, and his body was covered in golden light. There was a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a Buddha, also known as the Buddha Emperor. He was an emperor. As for the northern plains and eastern wilderness, no emperors had arrived. That was because the northern plains and eastern wilderness were the same. There were several major forces entrenched in the northern plains, and they were at odds with each other. The emperors could not leave, otherwise, their enemies might take advantage of the situation. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Shantian, and the Jiang family's patriarch. Chapter 11:15. There were 2 leaders from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang family head and the Jiang family head. As for Sky Corpse Sect and Sky Monster Valley, they each had 2 supreme martial artists leading them. After everyone had taken their seats, some smaller forces, such as Medicine King Valley, who did not have any sovereigns, came and took their seats on both sides. Of course, those who were able to take their seats were all reputable forces. At the very least, they had a supreme martial artist. Those smaller forces were not qualified to take their seats. After half an hour, everyone had arrived. "Let the ceremony begin." As the voice sounded, the huge altar started to shine. Endless light bloomed, and the entire holy city was shrouded in the light. Xie Qiqian stepped out and climbed up the 99 stone steps to the bottom of the altar. The imperial family, Xie family, and the ministers all looked solemn as they faced the altar. All the experts from the powerful forces in Divine Region also stood up. The first ceremony is for the first sacred emperor since ancient times, Xie Qiqian said as he bowed to the altar. Ceremony was not for the heavens, but for the ancestors. Martial artists were supposed to go against the heavens. Naturally, they would not offer a ceremony to the heavens. For the first sacred emperor since ancient times, The imperial family and the ministers followed Xianxia and bowed. As for the people from the other forces, they just looked and did not bow. If it had been 30,000 years ago, everyone would have bowed. But now, all the major forces had lost their respect. It was good enough that they could come. Naturally, no one would bow with the imperial family. Just as Xianxia and the rest were bowing, a beam of light shot up to the sky from the altar. Then, a statue appeared. This statue was the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty 1,000,000 years ago. He was also the one who had founded the ancient Saint dynasty. Then, Xianxia bowed again to offer a ceremony to the second sacred emperor. Similarly, another statue appeared. It was the statue of the second sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Then, the ceremony continued. On the altar, statues of the past sacred emperors of the ancient Saint dynasty appeared one after another. On the altar, there was a terrifying aura. It was as though the past sacred emperors had been revived. In the end, there were a total of 108 statues on the altar. They represented the 108 sacred emperors who had passed away. The ancient Saint dynasty had been around for 1,000,000 years, and there had been more than 100 sacred emperors. There's no statue of the previous sage emperor. Could it be that the previous sage emperor is still alive? Someone noticed something fishy. Indeed, there was no statue of the previous holy emperor. If the previous holy emperor had already passed away, his statue would definitely appear here. However, it didn't appear now, which meant that the previous holy emperor was still alive. Many sovereigns of the overlord forces had solemn looks in their eyes. Although the imperial Xie family had weakened and could not be compared to 30,000 years ago, they were still not to be underestimated. That old fellow is indeed still around. The 100 battles martial emperor of the Heaven Suppression Army sneered. The sacrificial ceremony is over. Bestow wine and pills. Xianxia's voice was heard. He then waved his hand, and the space split open. The huge altar entered the space crack and disappeared. Then, tables and chairs appeared where the altar used to be. The members of the Xie family, as well as the nobles and ministers, sat down at the tables and chairs. Bestow wine and pills. A voice resounded throughout the entire area. Heavenly music was heard again. At the same time, large cauldrons appeared in the palace. These large cauldrons were as big as mountains. Under the large cauldrons, there were burly men who were naked. Each of the burly men carried a large cauldron and walked in the void. Bam! Bam! These large cauldrons seemed to be extremely heavy. Every time the burly men took a step, the space would vibrate and ripple in the void. At a glance, there were a total of 108 burly men carrying 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains. They walked in a void and appeared in the sky above the holy city. After the 108 burly men, another 108 young women appeared. They were all dressed in light muslin, and their curves were graceful. Every single one of them was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Each of the 108 beautiful women held a purple golden gourd in their hands. Bestow spiritual wine and spiritual pills. Hurry up and grab more. Tai Xing and the others' eyes lit up as they stared at the sky. Pour. A voice was heard. Huh. The burly men shouted as they turned the large cauldrons and poured the wine down. Immediately, the spiritual wine in the large cauldrons poured out. Each cauldron was as big as a mountain, and it was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine it contained. At this moment, 108 large cauldrons fell at the same time as if 108 waterfalls were falling from the sky. It was extremely spectacular. Moreover, these were all spiritual wines, not ordinary wines. They were made from spiritual herbs and were very useful for the cultivation of martial artists. Whoosh! The spiritual wine fell from the sky, and the rich wine fragrance filled the entire holy city. It was intoxicating to smell it. Hahamad, me too. In the holy city, countless martial artists rushed into the sky and used their methods to draw the spiritual wine to their side. During this process, they could use various methods to obtain the spiritual wine. However, they were not allowed to attack or kill others. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. That was the rule. No one attacked or killed others. They only used their own methods to obtain the spiritual wine. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. There seemed to be a vortex in his mouth. The spiritual wine in the sky gathered into a bundle and was swallowed into his mouth. When the wine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed throughout his body. It was very comfortable. The medicinal power of this spiritual wine is not of much use to me. Lu Ming smiled and stopped trying to snatch it. Although the spiritual wine was not of much use to spirit god martial artists, it was definitely of great use to those below the spirit god realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. Those at the Sea of Soul realm and King realm could definitely increase their cultivation and condense their true yuan. 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains filled the sky. It was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine they contained. The entire holy city was raining spiritual wine. However, not a single drop fell to the ground. They were all pulled by true yuan and collected. Soon, there was not a single drop left in the sky. Bestow pills. Then, the voice sounded again. 108 beautiful women pulled out the lids of the gourds in their hands and poured them down. Immediately, pills were poured out of the gourds and scattered all over the holy city. Those gourds might not look big, but the space inside was like a storage ring. It was unknown how many pills were stored in them, and they continuously scattered on the ground. Countless people's eyes lit up as they used all their strength to collect the pills. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a dozen pills were immediately caught in his hand. Lu Ming glanced at them and found that these pills were not of much use to him. However, they were quite useful to those below the spirit god realm. Among them, there were all kinds of pills. There were healing pills, recovering true yuan, detoxifying pills, increasing cultivation, and so on. Chapter 11:16. What extravagant spending! Lu Ming exclaimed. Although the spirit wine and pills were not of a high level, there were too many of them. With such a terrifying amount added together, the value was enormous. The Xie family of the imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this sacrificial ceremony. Obviously, the imperial family had been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have taken out such a large amount of spirit wine and pills. In the air, the people from the major factions watched with faint smiles. Not long after, the pills and the gourds were emptied. The burly men and women carried the cauldron and the gourds and flew back to the imperial palace. Then, young girls flew out of the imperial palace with all kinds of delicacies and wine, placing them in front of the people from the major factions in the air. Ha ha ha! Today is the million-year anniversary of the Sacred Dynasty's establishment. Thank you all for coming here and spending this day with me. Come, let me offer you a toast. Xie Qitian raised his wine cup and drank with the major factions. Then, Xie Qitian continued, I believe everyone has heard that I intend to choose a young talent as my husband for my daughter, Nianlin. Today, all the talents from all the factions in the Divine Region and the 5 major dominions are here. We will have a competition. Regardless of gender, everyone can participate. The person who wins first place will be Nianlin's husband. Of course, if a woman wins first place, her husband will be pushed back by 1 rank. At the same time, I promise that I will agree to 1 condition of the 2nd and 3rd place. As long as it is within my power, I will allow you to enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to cultivate. The 4th to 10th place can also enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace. It's here. When Xie Qitian said that, many people's eyes lit up. It was finally time for the most anticipated segment of the day. Xie Qitian's conditions were too tempting. Not many people could resist. Today, all the geniuses of the Divine Region were gathered. There would definitely be an exciting battle. Back then, the War of Providence had taken place in the ancient city of Providence. Not many people had seen it, and not many knew how exciting it was. But today, they could see it. Moreover, it wasn't just the Middle Continent's heaven's prides today. The South Underworld, West Desert, North Plains, and East Barren Territories' Heaven's Prides had all gathered. Most importantly, numerous top geniuses had stepped into the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm in succession, and they were about to carry out the strongest battles in the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. This was undoubtedly something that everyone looked forward to even more. Many young Heaven's favorites in particular were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to show off their skills. Brother Xia, how should we compete? The Yin-Yang Emperor of Yin-Yang Palace asked. There are too many geniuses here today. It's impossible to compete with them one by one. Firstly, you have to be below the age of 30. Then, you have to go through a round of selection. Only those who pass the selection can enter the official competition, Xianxia said. Then, he waved his hand, and from the south of the platform, paths condensed by rainbow-colored lights appeared. There were a total of 18 paths, spreading out in the shape of a fan that was 100 miles long. There were tables and chairs on both the east and west sides of the platform, and they were all filled with people. Only the south side was empty. Xianxia must have had a plan. The selection process is very simple. Everyone has to go through this path. Those who pass will be considered to have passed. Xianxia said. Those who pass through this path will be considered to have passed. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the 18 paths with a slightly solemn expression. Since it was a selection process, it was definitely not that simple. There would definitely be obstacles on the path. Those who want to participate, enter through that door. Xianxia waved his hand, and a huge door appeared at the end of the 18 paths. On the side of the imperial family, experts flew towards the door and stood guard on both sides of the door. Only those who passed through the door could participate in the selection process. Let's go. I'm going. Immediately, many young figures flew out from the great forces. There were also young figures flying out from the holy city, flying towards the door. Haha, I'm going. Lu Ming smiled at Tai Xing and the others. You're going too? Commander, the Sacred Emperor said that only those below the age of 30 can participate. How old are you? Tai Xing and the others looked at Lu Ming suspiciously. Lu Ming had a full beard now. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like he was below the age of 30. He was at least close to 40 years old. Moreover, martial artists aged very slowly. Lu Ming's actual age might be a few hundred years old. Lu Ming actually wanted to participate. If he was caught trying to make up the numbers, he would have to bear the consequences. Hey, what's with your expressions? I'm not even 30 years old, all right? Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the others in disdain before striding towards the door. Not even 30 years old? Tai Xing and the rest of the enforcers stared with their eyes wide open. Their jaws were almost dislocated. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming swaggered to the door. At this moment, there was already a long queue at the door. Lu Ming lined up at the back. Ooh, who is that? That bearded man. Why is he lining up at such an old age? Isn't that the awesome commander? What is he doing? Didn't he hear the Sacred Emperor say that only those below the age of 30 can participate? This weird commander is really audacious. Watch carefully. He will definitely be chased away later. Some people noticed Lu Ming and started to discuss among themselves. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the surrounding gazes and lined up leisurely. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Hold it. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. A burly man guarding the door stopped Lu Ming. What am I doing? I'm here to participate in the competition. Lu Ming glared. Competition? The Sacred Emperor has ordered that those above the age of 30 are not allowed to participate. How old are you? How dare you ignore the Sacred Emperor's order? You're courting death. The burly man bellowed with an imposing manner. Haha, this weird commander is finished. He dares to ignore the Sacred Emperor's order. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that I'm over 30? Let me tell you, I'm not 30 yet. I'm just a little older. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Ming said casually. This made many people stunned and then burst into laughter. Lu Ming didn't look like he was under 30. He was definitely over 30. This guy was clearly trying to sneak in. Many people thought so. You, Get out of the way, don't block the way. A cold shout came from behind Lu Ming. It was a woman's voice. It sounded very pleasant, but very cold and arrogant. Lu Ming turned his head and saw a beautiful woman. She was tall and beautiful. She was not inferior to Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and the others. That's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State. Some people discussed and looked at Lu Yusin excitedly. So it's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chapter 11:17. There were 3 or 4 young men surrounding Lu Yusin. They were clearly Lu Yusin's escorts. Standing in the middle of the 3 escorts, Lu Yusin was like the moon surrounded by stars. She was extremely cold and arrogant. She glanced at Lu Ming nonchalantly. There was slight disdain in her eyes. She was like a proud white swan. Big beard, what are you looking at? Is Yusin for you to look at? Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? You're already so old, yet you still want to join the competition. Do you want to marry Princess Nianlin? You're really out of your league. Get lost. Beside Lu Yusin, a few young men berated him one after another. These people obviously came to the sacred city later and didn't know about Lu Ming's achievements. Where did these wild dogs come from? Don't you know the rules? I'm here first. I haven't entered yet. Line up for me. Do you understand? Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the few of them, his eyes full of contempt. What did you say? You're courting death. Trash. The young men's faces were ugly as they berated. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight here, they would have killed Lu Ming. Lu Yusin's face was also ugly and gloomy. Obviously, Lu Ming's words had included her. This trash doesn't respect the sacred emperor's order. He's obviously over the age limit, yet he wants to sneak in. I suggest that we kill him immediately as a warning to others. A young man in a red robe was the loudest. What if I'm not over the age limit? Lu Ming glanced at him. If you're not over 30 years old, I'll kneel down and eat dirt immediately. The young man in a red robe shouted. He looked at Lu Ming carefully and was even more certain that Lu Ming's age couldn't be below 30 years old. Okay, I want to test my bone age. Lu Ming shouted and his voice spread far and wide. Approved. Let him take the test. A majestic voice was heard. It was Xie Qitian's voice. Naturally, the rulers had witnessed everything that had happened here. Yes. Beside Xie Qitian, an old man flew out. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. This is the bone testing mirror. It can test your bone age, the old man explained. Then, a beam of light shot out from the bone measuring mirror and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, almost all eyes were on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was really under 30 years old? That's impossible. He looks like he's almost 40 years old. His actual age must be even older. Wang. At this moment, the bone testing mirror shook. Then, 25 wheels appeared, shining with golden light and filling the air. This was the bone wheel. Each wheel represented 1 year. On the bone measuring mirror, there were 25 wheels, which meant that Lu Ming was only 25 years old. Moreover, the 25th wheel was not very bright, which meant that Lu Ming was still a little short of 25 years old. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Oh my God, he's not even 25 years old. This awesome commander is not even 25 years old. How is that possible? He looks like he's almost 40 years old. He's growing too fast. What an eyesore. If he's not even 25 years old, doesn't that mean he belongs to the younger generation? He suppressed Wuxia before. There was an uproar at the scene. However, when the last sentence was said, the scene suddenly became quiet again. Yes, if he's not even 25 years old, he belongs to the younger generation. Most importantly, he suppressed Wuxia. If Lu Ming was really in his 30s or 40s, or even older, and suppressed Wuxia, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. However, Lu Ming was only in his 20s, which was younger than Wuxia. This meant something different. It meant that this awesome commander was a rare supreme talent who was stronger than Wuxia. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This awesome commander was too awesome. It really exceeded everyone's expectations. It wasn't that no one had thought that Lu Ming was someone else in disguise. However, if he wanted to enter the law enforcement army, he would have to go through a background check. If he could disguise his appearance, could he also change his aura? Damn this guy. Wucong naturally saw this scene from inside the gate. He immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. Some people from the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions. They had suffered a great loss because of this commander. The eyes of some emperors flickered as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Oh my god, commander! He's only 25 years old? Tai Xing and the rest were completely stunned. If it wasn't for the bone measuring mirror that measured Lu Ming's bone age, they would still find it hard to believe. Behind Lu Ming, Lu Yusin and the other young men's eyes almost popped out. The red-robed young man almost bit his tongue off. Can I enter now? Lu Ming looked at the burly man guarding the gate. Yes. Yes, ha! The burly man laughed awkwardly. And you, what did you say just now? If I'm below 30 years old, you'll kneel down and eat dirt. Let's begin now. Lu Ming looked at the red-robed young man and said coldly, that, I was just saying it casually. The red-robed young man's face flushed red, and he was extremely embarrassed. Bullshit. Lu Ming roared and stared at the red-robed young man furiously. Even his beard stood up. A powerful aura burst out and shrouded the red-robed young man. He berated, What do you think you are? All the sovereigns are here, and the Saint Emperors are seated. How dare you speak casually in front of the Saint Emperors? Who do you think the sovereigns are? Do you think they are the targets of your jokes? I think you are courting death. Lu Ming's every word was like a giant hammer that hammered the red-robed young man's heart. His face turned pale, and there was no trace of blood. No, I didn't. You are spouting nonsense. I didn't disrespect the sovereigns. The red-robed young man shook his head repeatedly with cold sweat dripping down his face. You're still denying it? Then why don't you do as you say? If you don't do it, I'll teach you. Lu Ming roared and moved his body. He suddenly appeared in front of the red-robed young man and pressed his hand down on the red-robed young man's shoulder. This red-robed young man was a third-class prodigy with a perfected spirit embryo cultivation. He was worlds apart from Lu Ming and had no power to resist at all. Lu Ming pressed him down, and they fell to the ground. Bang! After landing on the ground, the red-robed young man immediately knelt down. Next, Lu Ming pressed his head down to the ground. With a bang, the red-robed young man's face smashed into the ground and smashed the ground, causing him to eat a mouthful of dirt. Gulp! Many people in the surroundings swallowed their saliva and stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. This awesome commander was too tyrannical. He really did what he said and made the red-robed young man eat dirt. Impudent. On the west side of the platform, an elder from a large force slammed the table and shouted angrily. This force was Cold Blood Hall, and the red-robed young man was a prodigy from Cold Blood Hall. Many people from Cold Blood Hall glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Calm down. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.